Stuff adds up.
I got stuff, but not that much stuff. Just the basic stuff.
Basic stuff.
Is your stuff worth more than you think? Find out with Tally, insurance for too busy lives. State.
Yo. Okay, good. Tēnā tātou. Kia koe matua.
O te akunga maoramatanga e te atua ki tō tātou kingi te whare ka hui ariki. Me ngā tinana e mauiwi ana. Tai noa kia mātou katoa i te rang nei Piki mai ki a koutou ngā manuwhiri tuarangi. Ko eke mai ki te marae o tūranga wāwai, o te kingitanga tūranga wāwai, mo te ao katoa. Nō reira, haramai. Haramai ki raro te korawai o tātou kingi tuheitea, pōtatau, te perowhero, te tuawhetu. Ke hiko i runga ngā tungi kura o tōna mātua tūpana, o nā mātua tūpana, o tōna whaia te riki nui te ātarangi kāu. Te tepu, tēnei te mahi o koutou, ka tuku te rākau, ki te kaupapa nui o tātou wahine, mana wahine, ngā wahine toa. Tēnei te mei ki a koutou, te tepu, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Pakamoe piti.
Tikanga o rātou mā, kia maua kia uta, kia kore ai ngaro, kia pupuru, kia whakamaua, kia tina. Omi e, hui e, ai.
Tēnā koe matua. Mōrena koutou. I hope everyone had a good rest after a long day yesterday. Now, do we have any appearances?
It's working. Aroha mai. Te tuatahi te mihi kia koe te kaikarakia mo tēnei rangi. Huri noa kia koutou ngā mana o te kingitanga e whai ake nei ngā kaupapa nei. Kingitanga tu heitia koutou mā te ahuri a tapu, tēnā koutou katoa. E te rangatira e ngā pai, aroha mai ko awhea ki ahau, E puta mai anō kia kōrero kai wawao mō Y2278 mō Y700. Aroha mai ina nahi rā I haere atau ki tētahi tangihanga o tōku tuakana, tōku hoa o Ngāti Tarara, ko Anton Botika I moe atu ia. Nō reira ngā manakitanga ki aia me tōna whānau no pani ana. Aroha mai hoki ki taku tainga tūreiti tēnei rā, ki a haere mō ata hau ki te kōti teitei ki Tamaki Makaurau I te ahiahi, mena ka pai ki a koe I te rangatira. Hoi anō, tēnā koutou, huri noa aku hoa, tēnā tātou katoa.
E te kai whakawā, aroha mai. With your leave, I asked to be excused. So I have to get back to Tūranga very quickly. I've got an anuau mokopuna, and unfortunately I have to leave the hui. Akua nei ka hoki mai mō tētahi atu, but hopefully I'll be able to make it to the next hui. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
With your leave, ma.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Tupara. Leave granted.
Atamaria koutou. I would like to introduce Mr. Harry Clapworthy, Your Honour, who will be appearing alongside me today from Te Mata Law.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koutou.
Anything else? Now, in terms of the timetable today, we will be proceeding as per the most recent version of the timetable, so I understand. I'm strongly encouraging witnesses to, if possible, not to be reading the briefs out to us. We have read them. We want to preserve the time that the tribunal has to engage with you about the briefs that you have submitted to us. But there's also the balance I have to try and manage so that we get through the timetable today. And we were only able to do that yesterday because a couple of witnesses were not present to be heard, and so we had additional time. So we should know how we're tracking by lunchtime, I guess. But certainly the approach I'm taking is that we're not going to be operating on a deficit approach, so the timetable today is the timetable for today. If we're not finished that by the end of the day, then any witnesses who are not heard, the evidence is going to have to be taken as read, and we will start afresh day 3. Now, I just want to clarify with you, Mr. Afiaki, in relation to your TBC witness, which is was on the program for Friday. We have now removed that from the program.
Tēnā koe, yeah, that was Tracy Waitokia from Wanganui, Karetaia ki te haere mai. But we will work with learned colleagues to try and get her in a slot later on in the year, maybe when we go down country.
Okay, kia ora.
Tēnā koe, ma.
All right.
Ma'am, can I just raise an issue? It's about the brief for Hine Wirangi Morgan. We've filed the brief, but it's also the same witness tomorrow, Hine Wirangi Kohu. I'm going to take some instructions when they arrive. It may be just better that she presents once tomorrow. I'm just suggesting that, ma'am.
Well, if you could just give us an update on that by the end of the day, thank you. All right, well, I think we're ready to proceed. Kia koe, Mr. Silvera.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, o tira kia koutou te tepu. Tautoko katoa ngā mihi kua mihi ai te atana I tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnei uri o te kohu ka tatu mai ki mua I a koutou, ko te mōtoi tāputu. Ke kona ia mo te kreme o Y2494. He kreme nā tōna awa tere huata mō ngā wahine Māori puta noa I te motu. Ko ngā nama I runga I tāna tapaitanga, ko A50. Anā, tēnei anō ka karanga atu ki aia, te haere mai ki konei, ki te tupu I ana kōrero, kia koutou katoa. Tēnei ka mihi. Kia ora.
Kia koutou katoa, ko tau mai ki roto I ki tēnei whare. Tēnei au kamihi atu kia koutou. Tēnei au te mihi atu ki a koutou o te kāwanatana o te ture hoki. O te ia ko te hau kāinga e noho nei ki te whakamarumaru i te āhua o nā kōrero, tēnei au kā mihi. Ko te mōtoi taputua hau, no te arawa waka, no mā tātua waka. Kai ko nei au e kōrero ana, kōrero tautoko ana mō te kaupapa nei mō te mana wahine. Kia tīmata i waku kōrero, o ti atu ki nā kaupapa hei whakamārama i konei. Koe nei tētahi o nā kōrero, e ara i te ki koe nei te katoa, koe nei ana hei te kōrero, engari koe nei tētahi. E whai ake nei. Ko te hātuatahi ki aia o te matanaro, o te wāhinaro. Nōna te pū, te more, te weu, te aka, te rea, te wau nui, te kukuri, te whē, te kore, te pō. Pō ka ao, ka ea, ka awatea, e ko rangi ōrunga, e ko nuku ōraro. E ko tāne nā tāne i wehe, nā tāne ko hine ahuone. Nā hine ahuone ko hine tītama, nā hine tītama ko hine nui te pō. Tērā ka puta te iratanata ki te whai ao ki te ao mārama. Koe nei nā mana tuatahi i te orokohana mai o tō tātou ao. Ahakoa no tua whakarere e mana tonu ana i tēnei rautau. Ko te mana o te wahine i heke mai te aho matua i te orokohana mai o tō tātou ao. Koe nā te tawhito o te mana e kōrero hia nei e tātou. Ahau i pakeke mai au i o kukuia, o te wākaina o rua tāhuna. I nā ia nei e whakakiki ana i nā purunga o taku kete ki tēnei o waka o te arawa. Kia kore e pau te wā, kia huri au ki waku kuia o te arawa. Hei tauira atu i tēnei mea o te mana wahine. I roto i tō mātou whakapapa ko o Ngāti Mākino, ko tō tātou kuia tonua Mākino. Ana i ērā wā, ko te mana o te wahine, e mana tonu ana ia ki runa ki tōna iwi, me ona whenua o na moana hoki. Ana ko Ngāti Mākino tērā, ko hine hopu hoki. I aua wāra, ko rātau te hunga, e mana whenua ana huri noa i te moana o te rotoiti. Nō reira, e whakātu ana i te āhua o te mana ki te wahine i e rāwā. Wētahiwa, ka neke noa atu te mana o te wahine i tō te tāne. Kārehe raru i aua wā, nā te mea ko te whakapapa ke te kaitaki, ko waia wai. Ko te whakapapa ke. Ko te whakapapa e hara mo te tangata noiho, engari ko tōna hono ki tōna taiao. Rangi, whenua, moana, nahere. Ko te whakapapa ke, te aho matua, e here ana tētahi ki tētahi ki tētahi atu. Nō reira, ko taku tipu nā Mākino tērā, e tauira ana i te āhua o te mana o te wahine, a taku kuia hine hopu hoki. Kia tiki nā noina o tētahi wāhana o te whakapapa kāre te pepe i te whānau mai. Nō reira, ka he ana te whakapapa, ka he nā mea katoa. Me arawa, ka kōrerohia tēnei pekana whakapapa. Te takina o taua whakapapa, māmā noa te whānau mai o taua pepe ki te ao e noho nei tātou. Hei tauira atu i te tapu i te mana o tēnei mea o te whakapapa. Mai te oroko tīmata, tainua mai ki te 2,200 matahi. Kari te rereke. He momo kai te puta mai nari kāre tērā i te rereke. Taka ki te tai o aku tino tipuna o Nai Tūhoi ko hine pū kohurani. Ana taku iwi kaha ki te pakana, kaha ki te whare ki te riri, enari whakatairana tonu hia tō rātau kuia a hine pukohurani. Ara, te mana o te wahine ne, te tātai i heke mai te rangi. Nō reira, hei whakātu atu i te mana o te wahine, me te mana o te whakapapa. Hai whakaoti māku, kia tīkina e au taku kuia, a te mōtua i pakeke. Kuia tērā i manaaki i te hunga tauhau ki Rotorua. Ka kuia tētai i tuku i te moana o te rotoiti, hai paina mo te katoa. Engari, ka kore pēr taku kuia e rata i nāianei i te kera o nā wai o te rotoiti i nāianei. Ko pēr arawa te manaaki i tāna i koha atu ai ki te katoa. No reira koina te mana o taku kuia, he tuku whenua, he tuku moana. A waihora mā wēnei tauira hei whakātu atu. He wāhana paku noiho o tēnei kaupapa o te mana wahine. He mana tawhito, he mana i take a mai i te wā o te kore, i nā ko te kore, kai reira katoa nā āhuatanga mo te ora. I konei ka whakamutua waku kōrero. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe te motoi, me te atahua no ngā kōrero. Pai tēnei hei timatanga mo te rānei, me tēnei whakaro Māori nei, te tirohanga. Nō reira tēnā koe whāriki mai ai e rā kōrero ngā kuia, tupuna kuia. Ko te io taku pātai, kōrero ana koe tō tupuna, tō ingoa, ārā te motoi tupuna nei. Me te tauira i whāriki hea e koe, ko tana tiaki, te whakapapa o tērā no o ana uri, i kāri whakae atu kia moe tana tama, i tētahi atu, ana i ki atu waiho atu aia, ana kei konei kē tō hoa. Nō reira he pēnei te tiaki māra, te whakapapa, ka āta whakaaro atu ko wai, ka moe ia wai kia puta ko tēhea o ngā hua i muri mai. Me te whakaaro atu mo te whānuitanga o te titiro, mo te hapu, mo te iwi, anga atu ki ngā tau kei mua i te aroaro. Ko te pātai nei, he pēhea nei, koe nei tētahi mea āhua ngaro ana i tēnei wā, ka reo te mōhio mehe mea pērā ana i roto tūo e te arawa i tēnei wā mehe mea, he tomo tonu ana. Engari, koe nei tētahi o ngā mea i āhua waimeha nei pēr te kaha o te aronga atu i tēnei mea a whakapapa a hapu a iwi, ko te kore āta tiaki nei, tēnei anō te hononga o tētahi ki tētahi, ka āhua uri he pātai mehe mea, he whakaaro no te ao hou, no te ao Pākehā, no hea rānei, tēnei whakaaro mā ia tangata no e whiri tana hoa. Me te ki atu ana he koe nei tētahi o ngā pāanga i ngoi kore ai pēr, etahi o ngā whakaaro i puta mai ai mo te whakapapa me te mana?
Me pēnei pia te kōrero. Mēnā e kahana te kā o tō ahi i tō kāina, ka mautonu i a koe wēnā tū momo āhuatana i kōrero hia e koe. Engari me marama anō tātou, kua momotu te nuina o wēnā here ki te nuina o nai tātou. Anei tātou e mate nei i nā taumahatana, nā māwiwitana o tēnei rautau, nā te momotu o wēnā here. Mēnā koe wai maria pakeke mai tahi kāina whenei nei tāku i rua tāhuna, kai reira tonu. Engari ki waho atu neina, kāre pēr e wai maria pērā rawa te tangata, pērā ia māta o te kāina. Nō reira, ai, kai te āhua puehu, te nuina o a mātau tikana, kua tā waia e tikana ke, kua tā waia, kua tā uwhia e ture ke, he ao huri tēnei. Ka roa koe e kōrero ana i tētahi kōrero, ka mautonu i te tarina. Engari ki te kore taua kōrero e rongohia, e tāia te tāuwhi ki tētahi ke atu. Ana kua pō he haere te hinenaro o te tanata e whaiwhai ana i aia, o anei ke te mea matua, kaore ara no atu tētahi. Engari kua tā uwhia ki aoke.
Ko te mea nei, te tino ia o te rāpātai, ko te whakaaro, i a koe kōrero e, puehu mai ai e tehi o nei tikanga. Engari ko te tūkinohanga, ētahi ka kōrero mo te trauma nei, e nei āhuatanga, ko te whatinga, ko te ngoikoretanga, ko te puehutanga, ko te tāwaitanga nei, o te nei mea te whakapapa, ana koe nei anō tētahi wāhanga i ua ai tēnei mea me ki whakatikitike i te mana e kōrero hia nei i roto i ngā tauira kua whāriki hei e koe. Nō reira, ko ngā momo tūkinohanga ana ka ngoikore tērā momo whiriwhiri i te hoa e tika ana, tia ki te mana. Pēnei, kāroa, kia marama atu tako pātai, ko te mea nei, ko te whiriwhiri a ngā tamariki i te hoa e whai whakapapa kaha, māro i roto i te iwi, te hapu, tētahi o ngā aronga ko ngoikore haere i roto i ngā tau.
Mēnā, e kaha ana te pakari o tō whānau, kai a koe tonu o pākeke kai roto i tō whare. Kāre kore ka aurura tau ki roto i ngā kōrero, engari te nuina o te āhua noho o nāia nei, kāre i pērā rawa, ne, kua noho takitahi mātau, kua akohia mātau ki te noho takitahi, kaua ā whānau ki te rite ki wā mātau kuia. Nō reira kāre pēr, e takoto nā ture o te here taumau i nā tamariki, nā tērā. Ko kore e rite te hanga o te whare. Kua rereke no atu te hanga o te whare o nāia nei. Ni, mēnā ka noho whērā i te wā i wō mātau koraua, kua kia e te ture he overcrowding. Te taumau ki roto i nā o nāia nei, ai, kai te kore haere.
Ka pai.
Kai te kore haere.
Kōrero ana koe mo te motuhanga o te rā taura. Ngoi kore.
tūā tāne ki te wapēpē, nau mai haere mai ki te ao hurihuri. Nā, peka mai koe ki te marae ko te kuia tērā e karanānei pēra, ne, ki te manuhiri. Nō reira, hei tauira atu tērā i ētahi wā, kua whakawhitu. Ana taku kuia māki, he kuia tonu, he whare kōrero, engari he kuia pakana. Nō reira ka tāia, te whare tanata, te haere ki te pakana. E tauira anō, ko te mahi o te raranga, ka tae e te tāne anō o ki tērā.
And how have you seen that change, like through to now to modern times?
He momo i noia nei. He momo o tērā. Engari, nā te āhua o te noho ki tēnei ao ki ēnei rautau, kua akohia mātou ki te tū kotahi, takitahi. Engari i te wā i o mātou koraua, kia puta ai te ora, kia puta ai koe, tōrahi ki te ora, me tūkotahi. Nāia nei, e rereke anō te momo tūkotahi. Puau anahe. Puau anahe me waku tamariki, kaua wāu, nāu e nā tamariki. Koinei katoa nā tū āhua, kua āhona hia ki a mātou, mai te tūtaki hana tainoa mai ki nāia nei. Ana i nāia nei, kua tino tohuna mātou ki wērā tū āhua. Whakarere ako nā tikana o te ao tawhito, Kimuri, kia puehu.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe. My name's Robin. At paragraph 18, you talk about your ancestress directing the marriage of her son, and I was interested in that because often, as a historian, and even sitting here, we hear about chiefs allocating their daughters, if you like, or giving their daughters. So is that a misperception? Your example suggests that mothers were equally capable of directing where their children would get married.
He tika tērā mena kairoto tērā i te whakapapa. Ko te whakapapa ke te kaitaki, e hara ko te taitāne tai wahine rāne. Ko te whakapapa ke te kaitaki. Ana nā te mea ko te whakapapa o tōku kuia, nā tērā aia i āhei ki te pērā ki tana tamaiti. Kāre he paku tohe a tētahi.
All right. So it's not a gender role, if you like, for men to be giving their daughters to other men.
Yeah, kawa i tērā wā. Yeah.
James. Hi. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Tēnā koe whaia.
Kia ora.
Mō tō whakaro i a mātou i tēnei ata. No further questions for you.
Tēnā koutou anō. Tēnei toa, katoa ia mai ki mo ia koutou, ko Dr. Aroha Yates Smith. Ke konei ia mo te kreme o 2494, pērā tonu ia te motoi. Ko ngā nama i runga i tāna tāpaitanga ko A47, ka tukuna atu ki aia, he whakataki i ona kōrero. Kia ora.
Tau mai e hine wairoto. Whakaea to uru tapu. Whakaea to uru tipua. Whakaea to uru waiora ki tai au nei. E tipu e rea, e hine kahurangi ariki. Whakamau tai, whakamau ārongo. Whakamau take tui tū ki tai au nei. E hine ariki rangi e. E tipu e rea, he whatu io nui, he whatu io matua. He o take ki tai au nei, e hine rau whārangi e. He kupu e nei e mihi ake ana ki tērā o tātou nei mā reikura, no nehe rā rāno. Koe ne taku aku kupu tuatahi, I mua I taku mihi ake kia koutou, e ngā rangatira, e kōkiri nei I tēnei take whakahirahira. Ko Aroha Yates Smith tōku ingoa. Me whakamara ke kia roha mai, I te wā I tonunga mai when they asked me to write out my kōrero. I had not even had a chance to think about my kōrero because I was yet to still find out what it was about. Ni? So, kia roha mai. Ko Aroha Yates Smith tōku ingoa, e nei au e mihi ake nei ki te whenua, e takoto nei me e nei whare, whakahirahira o ngā tātou nei tūpuna e tū ake nei. Nei rā te mihi ki te mana whenua. Koutou rā e te aki mai nei I a tātou, e noho nei ki tēnei takiwā a tāhua, he whenua mōmona. Ka hoki aku mahara kia rātau mā, Biki aki, William Yates, ko te arawa, ko tainui, ko mā tātua ngā waka. He uri ia no tēni rangi hapainga no Maniapoto, ko nei o mātou nei heringa ki roto tainui. Ko tōku nei kōka a Monehu Maraia, no ngā whānau taihuka, moia hoki, ko Tākitimu, ko Horouta, ngā waka tūpuna. Nā, ka hia hau. Ko mehenia? Kia roha mai kei te pāngi au te mate ware, I have Alzheimer's, hence the reason why I've had to write all this down. I should explain that I will be amplifying, is what I was going to say, what I wrote in my initial brief. As a child growing up in Rotorua, I recall an elder. It was wonderful. It was one of the first times, I think, our people of Ngāti Whakaue, for instance, brought us young ones together. I must have been about 11 or 12. And the kaumātua who spoke to us said there were only male gods. And that really stuck in my head. I thought, how can there only be male gods when Papatuanuku is our whaia? I didn't know much Māori by then, but I was doing a lot of what we now call kapahaka, but, you know, I just knew that couldn't be right. I immediately wondered, how could that possibly be? I knew of Papatuanuku and Ranginui and their sons. Surely female gods were necessary to birth children. Even though I was young, I'd figured that one out. During my school and university holidays, I spent time at the Rotorua Māori Arts and Crafts Institute learning to weave. I wove a korowai for my whānau, which I wear today. This korowai has been placed on our loved ones who have passed, including our ruihi, and, but also been there for those who have excelled and for special occasions when we've worn them, worn her. So during my school and university holidays, I spent time at the Rotorua Māori Arts and Crafts Institute learning to weave. I wove this korowai for my whānau using harakeke flax from our whenua, and I decided to make that kaupapa the focus of my Master of Arts thesis at Waikato University. Ko te wharepora o Hine te Iwiwa, which I completed in 1980. I recall gifting a copy of my thesis to Te Ariki Nui, Te Atarangi Kahu, kneeling before her on this very marae not long after I graduated. And yesterday, I just continued to reflect on how magnificent it was to kneel in front of her on our marae and gift her the first book or thesis that I'd birthed, let's say. So Hine te Iwiwa is a deity of childbirth and weaving. While there was a dearth of information about the sacred Māori feminine, I was fortunate to find scattered references to some atua wahine in karakia, waiata and literature. And sitting at the feet of my kuia and kraua, literally, in Te Arawa, Tainui, Mātātua and Tairāwhiti Kāinga, I was fortunate to receive information about some of our atua wahine, tupua, tipua wahine. In my PhD thesis, so this is the master's, and this is PhD. Well, this took me 9 years to write. Just rediscovering the feminine Māori spirituality, which came out in 1998, I focused on the roles of atua wahine in Māori cosmology, particularly in relation to the rites of passage surrounding childbirth and death. Manuscripts and published works complemented the kōrero shared with me by my kuia, kraua and other knowledge keepers, information embedded in whakapapa, karakia, waiata and kōrero tuku iho. I'm currently completing a book about 4 other female entities, all of the ancient Māori world, who are ruahine, spiritual and cultural leaders, wahine toa, women who displayed courage, working with integrity for the benefit of their people. One of these tupuna wahine was Hine Tuahonga, Rata's mother or grandmother according to some sources, who gifted him hoanga, sandstone, so that he could sharpen his toki to shape the waka, enabling our tupuna to traverse te moana nui a kiwa. Nānei tuku aua kōrero me tana tuara, hei toki, e hare hei toki, hei hoanga, mōna. I should explain that Hine Tuahonga's back was hoanga, so she literally offered her own body to enable her descendants to traverse the seas. In addition, it was she who taught Rata the appropriate karakia, not a male. She taught her mokopuna the appropriate karakia and rituals pertaining to shaping and carving vessels, both canoes and taonga. This is a fine example of a wahine, not only nurturing young men, but also feeding them knowledge and wisdom to sustain them through their lives. Another kōhatu, located on Mokoia Island, in the middle of Lake Rotorua, in case you don't know that area, carries the name of an ancestress, Matuatunga, a kaitiaki for the kumara plantations, an image of Horoirangi once carved into the cliffs of Tihiotunga on the southern reaches of Rotorua, protected that area and her descendants. Pani Tinaku, or Matpani, is the name of an ancient kumara goddess known to many of our iwi across Aotearoa. Her name was given to a pakoko, a carved stone effigy found along the western shores of Tauponuiatia. The pakoko was a kaitiaki of Ngāti Parekawa's kumara plantations. In 1971, she was removed by a visitor, a well-meaning visitor, but nevertheless she was removed. He was, anyway, to the area, who was concerned for her safety, and he took her to the Rotorua Museum for safekeeping. But in doing so, her original name and identity was lost because the home people didn't know, A, that she'd been removed, and because she was tapu, the chances were that only a few people would really know who she was anyway. In 2014, trying to establish who she was, I visited Kaumātua in the Whareroa area on the southwestern shores of Lake Taupo. They were not aware of her existence, as she had been removed without their knowing. I was able to arrange for the pakoko to be returned to Pokura Marae for a brief visit. The book I have here, I didn't bring it in, sorry, was gifted to me by staff members of the Rotorua Museum. And they show us carrying her on, taking her up to the, up to the Urupa above there, and then spending time with her for those couple of days. So the photos document the pakoko's visit to her papakainga and her iwi. To this day, we still do not know her real name. These four entities provide solid proof, I refer to as concrete evidence, of the existence of female kaitiaki cared for by tohunga within our communities. As with my previous work, the main reason for exploring this realm of the sacred Māori feminine was to record and retain as many threads of ancient ancestral knowledge as was possible. In weaving the threads together, the garment created would hold the precious huka. I don't have raukura on here, but physical manifestations of hine and tāne emerging from Papatuanuku. In 1999, I approached some of our iwi elders in Rotorua, suggesting that an exhibition be organised to celebrate the transition into the new millennium by acknowledging Papatuanuku and her descendants. The idea was received with great enthusiasm by those kaumātua and other iwi representatives and staff at the museum. Hine e hine, rediscovering the feminine Māori spirituality, te kore ki te rua manu. So from time immemorial through to the time of nothingness, really, through to 2000, proved to be an extremely popular exhibition. Then in 2018, darling Dr. Nalani Wilson Hokowhitu from Waikato University contacted me, a perfect stranger, she is a perfect friend now, about putting forward a proposal to the Waikato Museum Committee to exhibit work pertaining to the sacred feminine, both Hawaiian, Kanaka Māori, and Māori. Our proposal was accepted. The current exhibition, E Hina E Hine E, Mana Wahine Māori of past, present and future, provides a wide representation of Akua Wahine and Atua Wahine, honouring their leadership and celebrating our female tūpuna, kupuna, and the legacy they have left us. Importantly too, reference is made to these ancestresses' many manifestations and multiple connections, both within individual and collective cultures, as we often find within Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, Te Moana Nui a Kea, and throughout the world. With regard to other forms of cultural and artistic expression, in recent years I've noticed an increase in the number of references to Te Taha Wahine at our kapahaka events and other cultural festivals. This is a strong indication of how our people are becoming more aware of the importance of acknowledging and celebrating the sacred Māori feminine. O tātou nei atua wahine, me o tātou nei kuia, te mahine, moko puna hoki. I would like to take this opportunity to mihi our people of Tūranga Waiwai, who steadfastly uphold the mana of our Tainui people and our collective iwi of Aotearoa. You enable us to come together to celebrate our being tangata whenua of this land and of Aotearoa. And this week you have brought us together to discuss this critically important issue, these critically important issues. This is an historic occasion where we are weaving individual and tribal strands of whakapapa, kōrero and wairua into a korowai to be passed down through the generations. And I want to say how proud am I of our te ariki Te poia. I had no understanding that that had ever happened. And to sit here and think of how our people were treated in those times, and that she actually had to buy this land. I thought it was Tainui land, so we just had it. But to hear that she went to all those lengths through great struggle, goodness knows what that did to her heart. But that's another sign of a true rangatira woman, he wahine whai mana, who wasn't going to let people treat on her. And we need to do a film about this so that people understand. And the queens and kings and presidents of whomever, of whatever country, also have an understanding of the trial, the absolute struggles that took place in order for us to sit here in these magnificent buildings on this beautiful whenua. Nā reira, I te taha tonu o tō tātou nei awa. Nā reira, i ngā mana e ngā tapu o te haukainga nei. O tira o ngā hau o e whā. Tēnā koutou e whakapau kaha nei ki te āta whiriwhiri i ngā ara tika. Hei āwhina i o tātou nei iwi ki te neke whakamua me te pupuri tonu i ngā taonga a kuima a koroma. Hei whakakapi ake e nei kōrero āku, a nei te tehi waiata i titongi au, he mihi kia hene tūpari maunga me tana hoa rangatira kia tāne, huri noa, kia para whenua mea, kia para whenua mea mā. I also sing it as a waiata aroha for our way, and particularly today for our awa of Waikato. Before attending the pōwhiri here, I stopped off. Unfortunately, I can't pass underneath our maunga every time I go to Tāmaki now, unless you divert. So this day I actually took the wrong way, and I ended up at Taupiri, and I thought, well, this is fortuitous, this is where I want to be. So I stopped below Taupiri to mihi our ariki nui, ni ngā whananga katoa o Rungara, and friends who lie there. And then, as is our custom, I went down to the awa. It was flowing sluggishly, unlike the steady flow through Kirikiriroa. Back home now in Kirikiriroa, it's looking really good out awa. It's flowing nice and smoothly, and you can see the kirikiri, you know, the pebbles, and they look shiny and clean. I didn't see any kirikiri down there below Taupiri. I saw sludge and a horrible mucky algae. I don't know how to describe it. So much so that where I normally would go like this, I went like this. I went like this. I placed a finger just so I could touch the wai. But it looked so disgustingly dirty, I didn't want to touch it in case there was something, I don't know, tickle from ko or something or other, that might, you know, somehow infect us. So, and I wanted to stop with that, to actually remind us of what's happening to our environment. Where would we be without Papatuanuku looking healthy and ranginui? We'd be dead. We're all going to be dead, but as in addition to that, we're going to take all these innocent creatures with us because we're not looking after, I believe, enough. We're not looking after our Papatuanuku and ranginui. Me o rātou uri, o rawa uri, we're not doing enough to look after them. Nā reira, koine taku wai, he whakanui a rātou. Ka moia tāne ia hine tupari maunga ka puta ki waho ko para whenua mea. Pupu ake wai puna, re re iho wai re re, heke iho wai heke. Tere atu wai tere, ka piria ki wai, ka piria para whenua mea. Hono atu, hono mai, Re re atu, re re mai, ka puta mai ki wahora, ko hine moana, ka moe a tangaroa. Te moana nui a kiwa, ka moe a tangaroa. Te moana nui a kiwa. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe kōka. Ka nui te mihi ki a koe. Karihi pātai tāku, engari waimari e mātou ki te whakarongo ki tō kōrero i te ata nei. Ka nui te mihi ki a koe.
Tēnā koe.
A te tuakana aroha, he mihi aroha ki a koe. First, I just want to acknowledge the work you did in your two theses at a time when no one else was doing it. And I just wonder if you can talk a little bit about the barriers in terms of finding the knowledge, finding the references. I mean, you refer to having to search through whakapapa and waiata. Well, where did you go to search?
Okay, first of all, I went home, tēnā rā koe. Oh, sorry, I can't move. Ko mai ki te tūru nei. Ko rongo taka kōrero, tēnā hoki koe. Me o kupu. Well, it really started with learning to weave, I guess, and that different koe and kraua would share information with me, but also when I was young, I would my mother and father were like my koe and kraua really. I was the second to youngest. Our brother Lewis was the oldest, so, and gosh, he was old by the time, he was an adult when I was born practically. So I was very fortunate because I not only had my parents, I had all my older siblings, aku tuakana, tungane, and they didn't necessarily know much, but they were there to support me. Plus, it's now called kapahaka, but in those days, we were always doing our poi and so on. So from a very young age, I was out at rangiwewehi, part of our group, and we'd go after our practice of jump in the awa, and so we learnt all these things. And we'd learn waiata, and then I literally would sit at the feet of my koe and kraua, particularly those who were weavers, Auntie Emily and others. Not that they talked about the atua wahine, but they probably may not have even known of them, but it wasn't about that. It was instilling that sense of love of the ancient in us, of retaining the traditions. And as I said, on my mother's side, or both sides are strong weavers. So, and my uncle John, from the coast, Hone Taiapa, when he moved from the carving school, which was basically just a section away from our place down Whitaker Road, he and Auntie Mere asked Mum and Dad, would I like to go out to what is now Te Puia, was then the Māori Arts and Crafts Institute, to learn to weave. So that picked me up in the holidays. I had no idea that he was going to be real famous, and that all of the people who taught me to weave, ki te mahi whatu, kākahu, raranga, they were my aunties, and others from Maniapoto I had connections with as well. I had no idea that they were going to become the kind of leaders of weaving, traditional Māori weaving for women. So, or in the women's world, I should say. fortunately more men are taking it on now, but so I spent a few holidays with them out at Whakarewarewa. It was blissful, and I learnt to do so many things, and therefore when it came to writing my masters, I decided to write about Te Whareporo o Hine Te Iwiwa, because I could find so little information about her. And then later with this Hine, is it that one? Oh, I'm scared this thing's going to fall off. Rediscovering the Māori spirit, feminine and Māori spirituality. This took me 9 years. That was the longest gestation period I had. And then Kahurangi was born towards the end. I won't go into that story. She gets embarrassed by me talking about it, but that's where her name comes from still trying to work on my book while I was waiting to give birth to her. So, you know, and I'd read my own karakia from this book. So, I rango mō kore.
Thank you. And 9 years isn't the world record. Okay, so I just want to kind of synthesise what you've said, because I think the points are really important, that a lot of the mātauranga around Wahine you found, as you said, sitting at the feet of your queer and kraua, learning to weave, you know, being in the mātauranga, if you like. So what I'm assuming from that is you didn't find it in the academic references of Pākehā ethnographers who were running around Aotearoa, well, weren't literally running, but, you know, the standard academic references of early observations of Māori by Pākehā. Did you find lots of knowledge about Wahine Māori in those references?
Yes, I did.
You did?
I did.
Who in particular?
Well, there's so many. I might be able to look at.
Okay, no, why
no, you can see that in my bibliography, but there are many, many, many books, and I also would look at Sir Peter Bucks as well. You know, looking at the Hawaiian. So initially, my thesis was meant to be all about a comparative between Hawaiian and Tahitian and so on, and I very quickly realised that that was just too vast. Yeah. Even so, I had to bring it back. But in going to Hawaii, what that made me realise, koera te te o tātou nei Hawaii. Nā reira, a wairua nei, it was really important that I go back home to that Hawaii. I'd been to others, but not Hawaii, and I was fed. And honestly, I received so much information over there, and I haven't done anything with that mahi. I don't know where I've got it now, but I came home and it was just too big. So I knew I had to come back to the basics and just focus and refocus on what I could handle. But I was meant to go overseas because so much of our knowledge, our kōrero, ōrero, we can hear the similarities. Mana wahine, mana wahine. It's just so similar that it's about sharing that knowledge amongst our Indigenous peoples, I believe, that we can, yeah. Did I answer your question?
You did, Aroha, thank you. And I just got one more question. You talk about, you gave an example of a tipuna wahine who was tapu. And I was wondering if you could talk about what made some women tapu? How were they made tapu?
I think, well, I can't recall now, yeah, that's decades ago now, but I just generally speaking, I think our people see in the young ones, from a very young age, whether someone's got a gift. And I would say in those particular cases, they would be selected and they would be trained, they'd be nurtured, and they'd be fed. Ka whangahia ki te reo, ki ngā karakia, ki ngā pure ira momo āhuatanga katoa ni. So I think, yeah, I've kind of lost it now.
Okay, te pai. Ngā mihi aroha. Thank you.
Ko au anō tēnei mihi ana ki a koe, aroha. Ka mene au I te kite ngātu I tō kōrero kōrua ko te ururoa tērā e noho tama wahine, tama matua nei ki te kura o Sunset.
First ones.
Ka pai, kāri whāki mai ki a mātou. Ko te mea nui nei, I don't know whether I've got so much a question, but more of a comment, and I'm truly grateful that the 9-year gestation period of this taonga that you produced is here, and I've actually been trying to get a hold of the copy of your thesis for a while, and so because obviously its importance, but I was I'm not sure what is the appropriate question around this, but the degree to which our own whānau, our own iwi internalised the giving prominence to male kōrero. Yeah, I don't know. How much of a shock was the once you actually put forward your thesis and put forward this kōrero, how much of a reaction came from, you know, our kai kōrero, the ones who are deemed to hold knowledge among our iwi?
Well, I don't recall many of them actually approaching me about it or talking to me about it, because we had other things to talk about. But, you know, all I can say is none of my kaumātua from anywhere, any of my iwi, came up to me and said, "Tino he tēnā mahi au." They never said that. They were always supportive. And when I go back home to Tūranga, they'd look after me, that, you know, really, really ka manaaki mai au. Because I knew that, in fact, one of my karaua, who lived in Kirikiriroa, from back home in Tūranga, I was thinking about it last night, he came to me and he wanted to gift me his book of whakapapa. And I turned around and said, "Uncle, I can't take it, you have to take it back." And I've kicked myself, and he sat there and cried. Because he wasn't sure that others in his whānau would look after it. He wasn't even my mother's brother, it was her cousin. But he came to me and he says, "I'm afraid that it's going to disappear. I should have gone and got a photocopy of it." I don't think I was doing photocopying then, but, you know, I should have got it copied somehow. So I've regretted that all my life. So it's, where was I going with this? So in other words, it's not that they didn't necessarily write it down, it's just that it's got lost. And it was someone's decided it wasn't. Sometimes, and this is one of the things, they think it was so tapu that they had to bury it with them. And that's really sad. I've heard my koe and karawa say, "No, this is going with me, it's too tapu." And I'm thinking, hell, you know, some of us can kahiki te te kapu, we can look after it. But, you know, I never was in a position to say that we can find a way around this. So, yeah, ka nu te aroha. But what I'm really hoping is somewhere in your fellas' wardrobes and old bags, you know, the old suitcases, was often where they put them under the bed, and don't throw them out. Look after them, because they really are taonga. Get copies of them and give them to people who can treasure them, and e kaitiaki mo aua taongara. Anyway, I'm waffling, sorry.
Ka pai e rā ki aki, me te mea hoki i etahi wā ka whakamahi atu te tapu hei whakamataku, e hara I te mea he tiaki, koera ke te tino aronga ki oku, te aue nei koera anō o whakaaro anō oki, no rere mi ana ki a koe aroha pai te o kōrero. Ko roa e tatari ana ki a rongo I enei kupu. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. We've heard over the last couple of hearings kōrero about the invisibilisation of atua wahine in terms of being able to find information or reference to atua wahine in kōrero, limited references in ethnography. So I was interested in the comment in your thesis around the presence of the goddesses being marked in karakia and waiata as a source of information. And with the karakia being the way in which the atua were invoked, and the waiata being a way in which their actions and their accomplishments were recorded and remembered. Can you talk some more about the ways in which you accessed that kind of information for the knowledge that you pulled together about these atua that you have written about?
Okay, so in terms of where I found those sources. Okay, so first of all, I went to my own people in my Te Aroha area, and also my father's kuia was of Maniapoto, so I've been living in Kirikiriro since I was 19 years old. So of course I naturally went back home to down on our Maniapoto side, and I was able to talk to some of our uncles and aunties there, and a few of them had those sorts of taonga to share with me. And then, of course, I'd go back home on my mama's side, Monehu Maraea, Moyo. I'd go back on our Tairāwhiti side principally to Tūranganui Akiwa, to Gisborne. But then I also just travelled around Aotearoa, as you do, and I'd find out, I'd actually go and search. So I went down to Dunedin at one stage and visited some of the libraries and down there as well. And does that answer your question? Oh. Yeah. Oh, and then what? Then I composed my own. Oh, yes. Yes, I ended up composing Waiata myself. That really goes back to sitting next to the Wai and writing poetry. I'd run down from our home on Whitaker Road, and I'd run down to the end of the road was Lake Rotorua, and I'd sit there and look over at Mokohoi and think of Hinemoan Te Tanakai, all those sorts of things, And then I'd write poetry. I'd write poetry in my mind, my head. I'd run back home and I'd scribble the words down if I still remembered it. And then as I got older, those became waiata. And that's how I ended up with singing with Hirani, because he wanted a female voice on that particular new CD. And so we did Te Ngairangi, isn't it? That one. Yeah, that was with Richard Nunn. So. And there are other opportunities, but we were always singing back home. If we weren't out at Rangiwewehi, then we were back in Turanga on our Wahine side, and then there was Mangati Whakaue side. We were just always singing. And so it came through the waiata and the haka, just doing all that sort of concerts to raise money for our whare kariki out at Te Awahau. All of those sorts of things. You're constantly absorbing stuff and kōrero. I'm not sure that's really answered your question, but you can answer another one if you like.
No, tēnā koe whaia. Thank you for sharing your work with us. I read when we got the copy of your thesis. It was really a privilege and a pleasure to read it. It was so clear, and so we have this taonga to inform, to as part of our tuapapa for this process that we are embarked upon. So, nā mihi ki a koe mō tō whakaro i a mātou. Okay. Thank you. Great.
Tēnā koutou te tēpū, o tērā tēnā tātou e te whare. The next claim is on behalf of Y2713, a claim on behalf of Hinerau Moa Taputu on behalf of Te Runanga o Aotearoa tōpū tanga tāpuhi kaitiaki o Aotearoa, the Māori nurses. And we have a number of witnesses today. So the first one is Kiri Nuku, followed by Tracy Hedden, Naomi Waipori, Dickie Farah and Sandra Corbett, and then Moana Teiho. The ROI document number for the brief of evidence of Kiri Nuku is A41. And if you don't have any further issues, Mum, I'll hand it over to Ms Nuku. Thank you.
Morena koutou. Ko waio ko maunga haruru, ko taki timi te waka, ko Ngāti Kahanunu te iwi, ko Ngāti Tū te hapu, ko Tangawaia te marae, ko Kiri Nuku toko wingawai, he kai whakahaere tōpūtanga tāpuhi kaitiaki o Aotearoa, the New Zealand Nurses Organisation. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd just like to submit our body of evidence as read and focus on a couple of key points and areas that I think are worth extrapolating on. And also to give some insight, my personal journey along the way. I want to start by explaining what Tōpūtanga Tāpuhi Kaitiaki o Aotearoa is. It is the New Zealand Nurses Organisation, which represents 51,000 members throughout the mutu. That's nurses, midwives, kaimahi hauora and tauira. Of that, we are the largest group representing Māori nurses, kaimahi etc., of about 3,000 to 4,000 members. So we stand here, proud to be Māori, free to care and very proud to nurse in a country that doesn't allow us to nurse in the way that we need to fully influence and impact on Māori health and wellbeing. Our organisation is affiliated to the International Council of Nurses based in Geneva, and we are also affiliated to the Council of Trade Unions. So we are both a professional body and an organisation. We fight for safe environments for our nurses to work within and also to uphold professional integrity. An integrity that is founded based on Florence Nightingale, who defined and has influenced tāpuhi hauora in Aotearoa. In the 1900s, our system was definitely based upon a Western health system fraught with racism and inequities, unjustifiable inequities. They were hugely influenced by Florence Nightingale. What we are left with now is remnants of the same system that exists, fraught with racism, inequities, and oppression of the voice for Māori to be Māori within the system. We are claimants in the Y2575, the Kaupapa Māori Health Inquiry. We are claimants in the Oranga Tamariki under urgency, and we are claimants yet again. So we're here to talk about mana. It's clear to say that in a system that fails to recognise the mana of Māori, we have to keep coming back to fight for our rights to be heard in a system that chooses to intentionally oppress the rights of Māori nurses. Florence Nightingale is synonymous around the world, the Lady of the Lamp. Her contributions have defined nursing and influenced tāpuhi Māori. She is a beacon of hope in the globe of nursing. But for Māori nurses and Indigenous nurses around the world, it's a repeated traumatisation of pain and a history of colonisation. Her body of work remains unchanged and is largely present in the way that we work as nurses in this environment today. So we're here to tell our story, and the lineup of people will hopefully take you on that journey of the impact that this has had on our ability to be free to care and advocates for nursing, and more importantly, advocates for good health for our people. When I first entered nursing, there was a program called Enrolled Nursing that was available, and many nurses or young people took that as a stepping stone, a progression for a career. And around about the 1990s, that opportunity to progress through that stairway was taken away, with enrolled nursing or community nursing training no longer being available. So I trained as an enrolled nurse and was fortunate enough to have a tāne that would support me, and went on to do my registered comprehensive nursing. Along the way, had 2 children while I was pregnant and training. I knew that as a Māori woman, I would have to work for as long as I possibly can, and that nursing at the time was a career that meant that there was some stability in the health sector, because the health sector continues to keep Māoris sick. Therefore, there would always be a job for a nurse. So I went into being a clever Māori woman. I went into work for maternity services, because at the time, working in a medical ward, which was my preferred option, meant that I would be subject to back injuries, because at the time there was not the hoist or the equipment that was available to support. So the best or the worst or the heaviest I could get would have to be lugging a 10-pound baby around the bed, as opposed to lugging a huge adult with unsupported or unassisted equipment. So I consciously chose a decision to work within a maternity services, and then the rules changed. You had to be a midwife to work in maternity services. So I went down to Wellington to train to be a midwife, then came back to work within a system, all the time now raising 3 children, with my husband working shift work and supporting where we could. And speaking just the other day to a woman that remembers both my husband and I, when he was working shift work, all she would see is the changing over of hands of babies. So when he would look after them, and the day before he went to work, I would pick them up after my shift and take them home. That's the sacrifices we do. That's the sacrifices we make. And then, because I was raising a young children, I needed to work in a job that provided more stability, a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, which meant working in the antenatal outpatients clinics, where the only way I could guarantee that certainty was to become a leader in that, a team leader in that space. But that didn't come easily, because if you look at the latest statistics that are around, Māori don't progress through a pathway easily, especially in a system where you are the only Māori nurse or only Māori midwife in that department. But struggle as it was, I managed to make it to that space. We went on and we had 3 more children. The time that it took to raise it, I couldn't be away from work for longer than 6 weeks at a time, as my position was going to be vulnerable and taken away. So planning my delivery was based around when I had available annual leave to be able to do that. Because that's what we do as Māori nurses that want to proceed into a pathway to be recognised as a leader when a system doesn't allow you or enable you to get up there. So when I went and became a team leader, and the one time that I chose to take maternity leave that was available to me, when I came back, the job was no longer available to me. It wasn't because I was wrong or ill-fitted for the job, and when I asked the then manager what happened, it was just that you're not right for the job, all right. It's not an excuse when you're working against a system that fails to recognise and provide a professional staircase for Māori nurses. So have it as it may, it was an opportunity for change and moving out of the maternity services. And then eventually moving away from the hospital system altogether. So currently I stand here as the kaitiaki, or the kaiwhakahaere for the New Zealand Nurses Organisation, representing the voice of Māori nurses, challenging the status quo, advocating for nursing and nursing pathways that support and enhance Māori development, and also enabling and advocating for better health outcomes for Māori. but it's very difficult to be at a table where Māori voice is silenced, as we've seen through the health sector, as we've seen time and time again with the Minister of Health, regardless of which government party or political party they're associated with. Every minister will say that nursing is the backbone to a healthcare system, but fails to recognise their voice. And even more importantly, they marginalise the voice of Māori within that. So we've now got a Heather Simpson report that's out that says that we've got significant systemic racism within the system. Māori are not invited to the table of that planning. We've seen through the oranga tamariki significant impact on Māori whānaus and nurses and midwives that are caught up in advocating for whānau rights. Again, we're not at anybody's table. So we're here today to talk about, as healers and as women, 93% of our workforce are female. Where is the mana in the system to give back to the nurses that are standing here today? We've seen a regulatory body that fails to protect the mana of kawa whakaruruhau, the architect of which Irihapiti Ramsden was significant in and protected and provided a safe, culturally safe practice, or at least that was the intention. But what we have seen is it diluted in the intent and the safety and the competency of people or health professionals working within that system is compromised significantly. We've seen a regulatory body that fails to act on racism when confronted with it. A regulatory body that fails to protect the safety of Māori and chooses to ignore when issues are brought to the table and make them a private matter. We've repeatedly been back to tables again and again and again to say that Māori nurses or nurses that work within Māori and iwi providers are significantly disproportionately paid compared to their colleagues that work within district health boards, up to 25% different. And our voice is silenced because of apparently legislation. And we have a health workforce that is made up of 25% of internationally qualified nurses, compared to the 6 or 7% that is Indigenous. And still, we are here asking, where is our mana? We choose to work with our people, not for reward, but because we believe that by Māori, for Māori works. And I guess what we're asking today is to consider the mana of wahine Māori working within the system and how we can enhance and strengthen where we're at. Because at the moment, the fear is a redesign or a restructure will create the same inequities that are unfair and unjust if we don't put mana back into the system. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tiro, tiro, te. Tiro, tiro, ki ta. Nā kei hea, kei runga kei raro kei roto I taku moi a.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
So you've talked about your participation in some other inquiries before the tribunal, the Hauora inquiry, the Oranga Tamariki, and your participation here in this inquiry. So for you as a group and for you as an individual giving evidence before us, what is the key kaupapa you bring to us in this inquiry concerning mana wahine?
What we want is to support.
Yeah, can we talk to us?
What we want is a system that recognises the mana and contribution of Wahine Māori to a redesign that enhances whakapapa, that enhances a system that is not based on political or financial drive and imperative, but one that is actually responsive to Wahine Māori.
So you said to us that in your closing statement that you wanted mana to be put back into the system. Mm-hmm. So could you tell us some of the ways in which you consider are necessary, some of the changes that are necessary for that to happen?
I think we need to unpick the medical model that's approached at the moment. The Western medical model drives healthcare delivery, models of care. Women are not part of the drivers. Wahine Māori, kaumātua queer are not part of the redesign. They are the thing that comes after to make it fit within a system that is fraught and problematic. So if we're real around how the system is delivered at the moment, it is doctors that sit at the table that design healthcare for women. It is not women that are part of that design. If you look at any of the structures, or most of the structures within health, the people that are the voice for a healthcare system are not Wahine Māori. They are male, white, middle-class men that are telling us what's important for us, and the information that is fed for them is fed up to them or reported out is based on data, not outcomes for whānau, not empowering models that enhance and are all-inclusive.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Kerry.
Kia ora.
There's a well-known Indigenous saying, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally, that's said all over the world in relation to Indigenous rights. And you mentioned this a couple of times, not being at the table, not being in the room, not being, part of the design. And so my mind went to, well, I wonder what part of the menu you're on. In terms of that sense, I guess what you're conveying is this complete lack of agency and sense of control and participation in nursing. But what I also sense is there's two dimensions that you're talking to us about. One is the nursing profession itself, and then the next is the health system, and the way the health system is gendered and hierarchical. And then, so I guess what I'm interested in exploring is the relationship between the system, which is hierarchical and gendered, and the nursing profession, which I think you're also saying is hierarchical and gendered and designed to work within this health system. Is that?
Yeah, so in the body of evidence, I talk about the history, the impact that colonisation, but also Florence Nightingale is, and the role and how she has developed and influenced how nursing is defined. Nursing is something that was brought over in Florence Nightingale, which immediately narrowed how we care for people, the tapuhi approach to caring. We've narrowed it and confined it to just a mainstream Western Victorian definition based on science and art, not about the tapuhi part of it. So there is a hierarchical aspect to the profession, and that is how the system recognises nursing. What we're saying is that in Aotearoa here, Māori nursing and Māori nursing whakapapa has been silenced out of our history. Therefore, we cannot contribute to anything. We are a tag-on, we are an add-on, we are not even counted in as part of that. And I know what you're saying about if you're not on at the table, you're on the menu, and we've tried to do that. If you're not even at the table or on the menu, bring your own chair and sit there. But if people continue to silence you out of that meeting by not recognising your whakapapa, but not recognising the contributions you make, then it's a really difficult conversation to have. So the profession of nursing is very hierarchical. There is an adage that we say that nursing eats their young, but nursing even demolishes Māori within that. And the ones that are at the top, there are very few at the top of that structure. So nursing is hierarchical. The way that the system responds to nursing, it only recognises those at the top in that hierarchy, which are not Māori predominantly.
I guess just a follow-up question, and really comes out of what's happened in the last 12 months around responses to the pandemic. That, you know, a number of clearly Māori frontline workers, and I think that would have been true in 1918. They may not have been trained nurses, but they were at that interface between our communities and the health system. And so my question is, in terms of the mana of nurses generally, and Wahine Māori nurses specifically, is it their sort of location in the nursing system? Is it because they're in particular roles? And I'll give you an analogy because I've got a teaching background. If you were the teacher of a group called F Block, and you went to the staff room, you were treated like you were also F Block, like a problem. So if you were the F Block teacher, you know, people would make jokes about you and your kids. So I'm asking the same question in a funny way around nurses. Is it the location of Māori nurses in these particular roles that are seen as low status nursing?
So that's a fair question. And it is the nurses that choose to work for their people, i.e. and Māori and iwi providers, are significantly disadvantaged. And the excuse is because of legislation and the way that the funding model happens and works. However, that system has been deeply entrenched for many, many years. So now it becomes an intentional effort. And I hear what you say, in the 1900s, it was Māori nurses that halted the assimilation of our people. Pandemic after pandemic ravaged them. We were dying because of it. Māori nurses went out to the community and provided that care where no other nurses would, because they were built within and managed within hospital training facilities or hospital facilities. Now 2020, 2021, the first people that went out on the front line were those nurses and Māori and iwi providers. So we went out there in response to a pandemic yet again. Nurses within a lot of the primary healthcare or PHO sectors stayed put. So we accept and expect that Māori nurses will get paid significantly less, but when there's an outbreak or an issue that needed to be sorted, we send the Māori out to sort the issue, not recognising them and their skill and expertise to pay them differently. So yeah, you're right, it is at the moment those that work within Māori and iwi providers that are significantly disproportionately affected.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
I understand we're at morning tea time, so there are some other questions for you from other members of the panel. So we're going to break now for morning tea, and when we come back, there'll just be a few more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So morning tea time, we will come back from morning tea at 11. Thank you.
Welcome to the procrastination place.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
You've been looking at shoes for hours. Farmers Red Dot sale is in its final days. There's 60% off Red Dot tableware, kitchenware, bedding and towels, 50% off Red Dot clothing and 40% off Red Dot beauty and lingerie. Visit us in-store and online, only at Farmers, your department store.
With 2 Degrees monthly prepaid plans, you pay monthly, 12 times a year. The other guys charge every 28 days for their most common prepaid plans. That's 13 times. So here's a reminder. 30 days has September, April, June and November. 28 in February, well done. But all the rest have 31. 12 months, 12 payments, not 13. It's almost like another month. Unfair, you weary? 2 Degrees, fighting for fair since 2009.
listen to music ad-free. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
Your personal guide to the world of K-pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month. your personal guide to the world of hip-hop. Get a free trial of YouTube Music Premium today.
Tēnā tātou. We're going to continue now with our questions.
Tēnā koe hoa. It's good to see you again. I've seen you across the table a couple of times. Firstly, me mahi au kia Irihapiti Ramsden, mō tāna mahi nunui. And particularly, also to nurses who have really led the way in driving for cultural safety expectations. And I hear and understand the frustration that you have with how that's being held up by your regulatory authority. So I do hear you on
Just a couple of questions. So one of the things you said this morning was that the country doesn't allow Māori nurses to nurse in ways that would sort of bring about fuller well-being for Māori communities. And so is that, like for you, is that principally because of the curriculum or the tertiary training providers or the regulatory authority, or where are the points in the system that you see that traditional healing is not being seen and recognised as a legitimate clinical pathway?
Across the board.
Okay.
It cannot be isolated to just what is taught within the curriculum, because what we do see is nurses, particularly Māori nurses or Māori wahine that go through the program, it doesn't suit their way of learning, it doesn't support them in the program, and so they're more likely to leave. A class in 2013 had 80 cohorts. They have one that graduated 3 years later, and there is not the support and the structure to awhi them through that. But also the realities of life. I described my journey to succeed. There was no additional support along that to recognise the support within tertiary institutions. How do you support a wahine to go through? We attend pinning ceremonies where the whānau are present and they talk about how dependent they are around the whole of the whānau to support them on the journey, hoping that they can achieve to aspire. Some of these nurses that go through into the program, or some of these tauira that go into the program, they get to the third year, the program decides that they were never going to be fit to be a registered nurse, so they suggest that they go into a community or an enrolled nursing program. That's not tautoko, that's not allowing Māori to succeed in that. There's many, many stories of many times that we've gone to support tauira on a journey where the institute has said enough's enough 3 months before they're due to set state. So it's a part of a system failing. Then once you get into a place of work, whether it's in a district health board, a primary healthcare sector, or even in some of the Māori iwi provider groups, there's not a pathway to achieve to succeed. There's not a way that we can understand the realities of what it is to be a Māori wahine working within a system. So they will leave. We've got many nurses now leaving the system because of its, it doesn't recognise what it is to be a wahine Māori, to have children, to need time off to go and tautoko, to be on the pai, to be, there's no cultural recognition. So while Iri Hapiti's aspirations or vision to allow and ensure that practitioners at the bedside are culturally safe, the reality is wahine Māori throughout the system are being compromised, and there's nothing to support or flourish or enable that. Just to, while I talk about health system a lot, there is a significant distinction between the Kaupapa Māori Health Inquiry where we presented and what we're doing here as wahine Māori predominantly working within. And that's because we realise that the complexity of being a woman, a wahine in the system, and the silence of wahine taking leadership positions is where we need to, it was where we were standing on our same rights. So we come here as a collective of professionals, but actually wahine Māori first.
So what are the things you think need to happen to change some of that, to change that you know, that lack of recognition and support within the system?
A commitment, fully committed, full commitment to te tiriti of Waitangi, full commitment to enabling whakapapa tikanga Māori to be delivered in a way that supports wahine Māori.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. I was interested in your paragraph 14, and where you talk about the discrimination and the problems you're confronted with as nurses. in the treatment of Māori women patients. I just wondered whether you could expand on that a little bit. What are you talking about there? What sort of discrimination do you see as nurses?
When there are policies that are set out to look at a pathway as opposed to an individual, that compromises the Māori nurse. And if I can use an example, significantly traumatic for an ED nurse, when she was not dealing immediately with this patient, but a young Māori man arrived with respiratory distress, couldn't articulate how he felt except to say, "I fucking can't breathe." And the more aggressive that became, because the more distressed he became, the immediate action was for the Pākehā nurse to point to the sign and say, "I'll have none of that swearing in here. We don't tolerate violence." And that if you persist, you'll be asked to leave. So he said, "I need some help." Not as clear as that, but I need some fucking help now. Because of how he looked, because of how he spoke, they got the security guards in, and he was told to leave. He came back a few hours later, dead, respiratory distressed, because somebody has chosen policies that do not reflect or do not match how we engage or how and continue to stereotype our people and decide whether or not they're worthy of treatment or not because of the language that they choose to use to describe their pain or their inability or their urgency. So that act, and we have a Māori nurse that sits there watching and even offered to go and help triage that person and to deal with it. Too often Māori women are being brought in to retrieve incidences because others choose to disregard them or their need. And we're used as a default. Many times you can go into a ward, if there's a disruptive Māori whānau or more than one person at the bedside, it's the Māori nurse that will get to look after them, or the healthcare assistant, or the Māori woman that would be brought in to go and deal with that family. That's the institutional policies that we work under that define us to act and behave in a certain way. That's traumatic for a Māori nurse to repeatedly go to work in high-risk situations and observe our people dying because the policies don't allow us to respond in a different way or don't force the non-Māori nurse to behave in a different way. So too many of our people, unfortunately, succumb to that. Kia ora.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Kia ora, Kiri. Thank you for your evidence. It may be some further questions that come to you in writing, but that's all for now. Kia ora.
He karanga tēnei ki te kaikōrero whai ake nei, ko Dickie Farrer, ko ngā tāpaitanga o ana tuhinga kōrero ko A48. Aroha mai, we've moved her up a few spaces. Just some travel arrangements that need to take place, so I hope that's okay with you, Mum. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, both in hard copy and also, I'll also provide that to the registrar.
Haere tonu. Ka te pai. Oh. Mōrena. Tuatahi e mihi mai oha ki te kiingi tū hei te me ona whānau. Ngā kāhui āriki. Tainui waka, tainui tangata, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou katoa e ngā rangatiro o te rā, te pōri o te rōpū whakamana, o te tribunal, huri noa tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Mēmara, today I want to talk to 4 kaupapa out of my brief of evidence. The first is really about my life with my kuia and the women that have influenced me the most. So I talk about this in terms of wairua, wahine whakawhere, wahine mātauranga, and wairua Māori traditional practice. Where do I change there?
Just changed.
Oh, who do I talk to? Oh, over there. Kia ora, kia ora. Yesterday, I had the privilege of listening to the most powerful woman and man share their history, their whakapapa, their stories, their knowledge, and their inner feelings. I was humbled with all the many women that came from whakatohea under our tūpuna wahine, he ariki te pairua muriwai. I was humbled because I could feel their pain, their loss and their anger. But I could also feel their smiles, their inner beauty, their love of life, their inner strength, endurance and resilience. Te mana o te wahine te aroho te tāne, the personification of Papatūānuku and Ranginui and all that we are. When Whaia Mamai spoke of te wai, I immediately connected to its very essence. I could feel it coursing through my very core. I could taste it, and as it revitalized my very being, I sensed its energy and its genetic makeup. I have always understood te mana o te wai, how it courses through every crevice of our earth, knowing no bounds, how it forms every shape, pliable, moulding, strong, very much in the form of woman. How it cleanses, nourishes and feeds your body, mind, your soul. This is the inherent connection we have to the elemental world. I could feel Whaia Mamai's pain and grief when she talked about the loss of te whenua, and understand there is a deep inner connection that is well beyond our current physical realm. A place and space that speaks to our connection to this universe, to this world, to each other, te hā, i o matua kore, our whakapapa, my whakapapa. Ko muri wai tōku ariki te pairu. Tōna whakapapa kei konei. Ko rēpanga, ruatākenga e moe ana ki aurua kapua. Koe rā tētahi o taku hapu i te taho tōku māma. Paparua, huku maiwa, rangi pūraho, patitupē, e moe ana kia te kahurere. Uri kotia, te rāhui, ninetia, moe ana kia nuia. Tauhao te rangi, moe ana ki irirangi. Nikora, Maria Nikora, moe ana ki he mihai. Ko hāmi ora hei, moe ana ki Katarina Pahura rangi uia. Ākenehi hei, wi hei. Te waina e moe ana ki Epini Hakif, Mākere Jones tōku māma, e moe ana ki te Amaru Jones. Dickie Farah tōku na ingoa, ko Paul Farah tōku hoa rangatira. My name is Dickie Margaret Farah. I'm the eldest daughter of Mākere Jones ni Keith, a registered nurse of Te Whānau Āpanui. Ngāti Porou, te aitanga hauiti, Ngāti Pāhauwera, whakatōhea descent, and my father, Te Amaru Hami Jones, a self-employed truck driver of a Pōtiki whakatōhea, Ngāti Kahungunu and Te Aitanga Mahaki descent.
I was born at a Pōtiki hospital and attended Ashbrook School, completed my schooling at a Pōtiki college while working as a nurse aide at a Pōtiki hospital. I biked, I was age 16, and I would leave home at 5:30 in the morning and bike half an hour to the local hospital, because that was my love. I always knew that nursing was in my blood. I made the decision at the age of 8 that I would be a nurse. My grandmother, Te Wahine, next slide. My grandmother, Te Wahine, was a nurse and completed her training in Dunedin. Her oldest daughter, Kate Robinson, pictured here, became a nurse, completing her training at Wairoa Hospital in the Hawke's Bay. Next slide. And my mother, Margaret Jones. And I'll talk a little bit more about my mother and her strengths. Wahine whakawhere, influences. My inspiration and guidance and support has come from these women who have mentored me throughout my life and my lives before that. From a wairua space, my umbilical cord has never been cut at birth. From Muriwai to today, these women have strongly influenced the person I have become and those of my children. Muriwai, strong, independent, strategic, loyal, he ariki te pairu, he mana wahine. My kuia Maria Nikora, fierce adversary, fought to retain her whenua at the time when it was being taken. Independent and very knowledgeable. Akanehi hei. There are a lot of kōrero that you would find about Akanehi hei, and there is a lot that's still unknown about her because she died when she was very young. She was only 32. She was strong, loyal and caring, and these are the small snippets that I have learned from my grandmother, Te Wahine. Resilient, educated, dedicated in service to our people of our whakatohea whānau, Ngāpuhi and Taranaki whānau. A role model to many other Māori nurses who have come through their training, honoured for the work that she has done. Katerina Pahura, I think it might be on the next slide. Might be the next one. This is the hospital where I did a lot of my training too. Akanehi hei, 1878. Maria Nikora. Te Kaha School, where a lot of our programs for Māori health were undertaken. Brushing of teeth, all of that. This is where it was all happening. The next one. Thank you. Katerina Pahura Ranguia, wife to Hami Ora Hei. Worked for her people of Ngāti Porou, Te Aitanga Hauiti, Te Tairāwhiti, instrumental with the establishment of Pohorawiri Marae in Gisborne, honoured with a commemoration stone at the bottom of Kaiti Hill for her work to her people and her community. Te Waina Keefe, well educated, spoke French and Māori and was a translator in both languages. Health was well and truly embedded into our lives, rising at 5:30 every morning to do our chores, given a teaspoon of jam and a tablespoon of Epsom salts to rid the body of an unwanted garbage. Her words. She was tough, my grandmother, direct but caring, and had an innate sense when things were not going well. Much like her father Hami Ora Hei, she did not tolerate liars or inappropriate behaviour. Manners were ingrained into us, and we never spoke out of turn. She was instrumental in breaking her father's will to ensure she and her sisters received 40 acres each from the vast pieces of land that her father owned. Fairness, integrity and honesty were things she valued. Margaret Jones, my mother, went to Te Kaha School, was defiant, mischief, and had a mind of her own. Was one of the first nurses trained at a Pōtiki hospital. Fiercely protective of kaumātua and queer, strongly opinionated and would not back down if she knew she was right. Petitioned, took the institution on for falsely accusing her of an indiscretion, and she won. Petitioned for the Pōtiki hospital to be kept open, instigated a protest through the town when the Pōtiki hospital closed. Worked as a nurse right up to the age of 76 years. She now lives in Brisbane, Australia, now 80, and still has an incredible memory. My grandmother on my father's side, well known working on the marae. Heringa Raupārata, her sister was the kaikaranga at our Opape marae. Nairi Smith, my father's sister, Wahine toa, hard working, worked on the marae, was the main cook and preserver, found her place in traditional health practices utilising rongoa Māori. Auntie Jean Thatcher, he tohunga, he matakite, worked alongside of my auntie for many, many years. Wahine mātauranga. Oh, we can waiho tēnā. All of these women were dedicated to their professions, to their marae, to their passions, heringa raupa. Education and knowledge gave them the tools to make changes to people's lives. They had qualities that stood out, not because they wanted to be noticed, but because of their innate desire to be of service. Professional women and healers. They were role models of their time and used every skill they could to help our people. It was hard work. It is lonely work. And you come up against a lot of barriers, as our fire before me have outlined. With knowledge comes power. The women I know never walk that fine line between overbearing, authoritarian, and dictatorial. They were women of strength and character that could take you through calm waters, keep the waka steady while carrying on. Wairua Māori traditional practices under and within my whānau. I started my kōrero with Wairua and I will end my kōrero with Wairua. I am a product of these women. I have shared in my brief and in my summary. The one strand that has not been shared has been passed down through 4 generations of our whakapapa, and that is knowing. My great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my mother were and are clairsentient. What does that mean? They have had the ability to sense and feel the emotions of those they have cared for, the pain they have felt and tried to ease, the fears they have tried to calm, and the love they gave as they quietly went about their duty. They understood that karakia, prayer, and the power of the hand as a gentle touch soothed one to sleep or took the heat away from the skin. They mixed rongoa to create pani for various aches and pains, used rongoa in steam baths and mirimiri, where no other contemporary method worked. This was suppressed through the Tohunga Act. These practices were a part of their mātauranga and has been shared with those within our whānau. The ability to see, hear, feel and heal mamai is not new. It is a gift given to everyone, both male and female, who choose to open their hearts to the power of healing. The ability to truly walk beside our Creator and have utmost faith in whatever outcome is provided has allowed us to experience many other miracles. It is something I have never talked about outside of our whānau. But I think it is time to share not only our contemporary knowledge and experiences, but also our traditional knowledge and experiences, and honour them for the mana that it has. Nursing has been a part of my life for generations, and it's a special place where you give of yourself unreservedly. I chose to move out of the space of working in the hospital-based system because it did not meet my overarching aspirations as a wahine Māori. I moved into working alongside of iwi and have found the greatest satisfaction by making more moves in that space than I have in the contemporary Western model. We have never ever, in my whānau, never ever sought medals, titles or adoration. That has been given. Just the satisfaction that you have given relief or saved another life is more than anything that we can ever ask. Nō reira, kua mutu taku kōrero mo tēnei rā. And my kōrero really has been based around the stories of my whānau, coming from our kuia ākene hihei, and all the inkling of stories that have come through our line. Kia ora.
Piki mai ka ke mai rā, o mai te wai ora. Ia mau e tu te huana, poia te moia te kuia, I te po i raru ai, po i raru ai a wai, raka. Po i raru ai a wai, raka. Ara papa ki tu ana ngata ki te re. E ngā ka poka au ka awa te ati hei, ti hei. Mauri ora, mauri ora, mauri ora, mauri ora, mauri ora. Karua, hojupe katoru, hi au e hi. Ka pai, sister.
Oh, tēnā koe tiki. Thank you for your submission. I was particularly taken by I guess the work that was done to create, I'm referring to the sections 20, that sort of declining Māori health section, and the intersection between really education and health, and your tipuna Hāmiora's advocacy for Māori girls and nursing, that reference. So do you know if that program was the first nursing program that trained Māori women?
My understanding it was back then, because at that time my great-grandfather, you know, would have been there to support his sister and would have fully understood what was going on and the troubles that she was meeting. But he would have also been, I mean, he was a part of Te Aute College.
Yeah.
And so at that time, it would have been highly expected that they would be trying to do things and break new ground and try to change that system. Working with Maui Pōmare and the likes of Tapita Buck, for him would have been his way of trying to make a difference for wahine Māori back then. Strongly supportive, and could probably at that time see the challenges that still exist today. Nothing seems to have changed, even with the work that was started back then.
Did Akanehi go to Hukarere?
No, she, not that we are aware of. Yeah, not that we're aware of.
But Hāmiora went to TA, yeah. Okay, I mean, that's a really great piece of historical research, I think, around, I mean, in a way, the sort of, the role that young Māori leaders took that also included women. You know, it's often not the story that gets told, that they were also thinking about the education and future of Māori girls and women. So my other question, I guess, relates more to your presentation. So you come from a pretty strong line of Māori nurses, and then you've kind of crossed over, as you say, to work in the iwi space because it's like better than nursing?
Oh, working in the iwi space is never always better.
But like there's more what, satisfaction and...
It has, when I did my, and I first trained as an enrolled nurse in the last hospital-based system in Tauranga. Took a bit of a break then, and then I went back to do a bridging course in Rotorua. But I was frustrated being in the Western model system, hugely frustrated, because it was so regimented and it never valued our people and their mamae, and it never showed the caring that I was expecting of our Māori, of our whānau, of our people. Never. To the point where I would challenge doctors, nurses, senior to me, like my mum did, in terms of our whānau's healing. I would stay long with them. I would stay with many of our whānau when they were passing, because that was a special time. Māori nurses have endured a lot, and I still carry that mamae now. It has never been easy for Māori nurses, never.
I mean, I
and
think,
that hasn't changed.
That's the point that Kerry
Kerry
has
is
also
right.
talked about. So I've been thinking about that and relating, if you relate it back to early schooling policies, you know, there was an early decision to situate schools away from the kāinga because of the terrible influence of the kāinga. So I'm just sort of thinking about this notion of caring and then the extent to which colonisation saw women, Māori women or Wahine Māori, as actually not caring, not being carers, not being viewed as carers in the sense of Pākehā women might have been nurturers and carers, that, you know, whether there was a sense that women, Māori women were a bad influence, basically, a bad influence on their children, a bad influence on the whānau, and therefore not a good influence even in a caring profession. You know, so...
Well, it depends on the worldview and the lens that you look through. When you look through the eyes of the lens of a European person or Pākehā, you don't see the same lens as you do as Māori. We've always been lived as hapu. You know, that care for our kuia and kaumātua cared for our tamariki. You still see it today. The strength of hapu is still a caring model. It is an entirely different model to our Pākehā model. And women are carers. Whatever race or identity you are, women do care. And I just feel that the Pākehā model and the Western model has not done justice to any of Māori healers, Māori women overall in the health sector. The biggest issue for me today is about equity of resources, acknowledging everything that Kerry said. But the biggest issue for me is equity of resources. That is why I have chosen to walk in the iwi space, because we seem to be able to push and be able to push a little bit harder, as she indicated with the Simpson report coming through. Yes, it's a report. I'm looking forward to how that might roll out, and she's absolutely right about being at the table. Māori need to be at the table, at the start, not being told later on this is how it's going to be. That is what I found in all my years of nursing and working in the iwi space. We are told when it's done, we're not at the table as true treaty partners.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe te ki me rā kōrero. Ahua pērā nō ku whakaaro ki tā tuhiwai. I agree with the comments made by Tuhiwai to you, the importance of this particular focus, in particular that period of transition as Māori were coming to terms with these illnesses that were coming upon them in such a big way, and the impact that it had. And it's great to be able to hear the connection. I mean, we hear a lot about Māui pō mare and Te Rangihiroa, Apira Ngata, Rewiti Kōhere, and to connect Hami Ora Hei into that picture with the photo that you've got there. I suppose the questions of God is you've given a really good indication of what people, wahine Maya, Manawa Nui, beautiful women that gave their lives to the well-being of our people. And in many of our stories back home, it's about that quite often our kuia were the ones who looked after the well-being of the people. That's what one of their key focuses were. But and the way in which they travelled and put themselves in positions of harm, really, going into places where there were epidemics. I was wondering, and I'm not sure whether, I was wondering whether this was mainly Wahine that were doing this, or do you have other, can we say that this was being led and driven by Wahine, or were people like Hami Ora Hei and others just as prominent in that movement, or was it that they were focused in on other things and our Wahine took the role of driving forward for the well-being and health of our people through that period?
I think Hami Ora Hei would have been an instigator for his sister. She would have been talking intimately with him about her challenges that she was feeling and facing at that period of time, the 1800s. Her mother would have been another influencer. She would have seen what was going on in those particulars. She would have been walking around at that time, wanting to know and learn more. And I think based on her view and her, what she was trying to achieve, instigated Hami Ora's push to take it to another level, right to the government level, and try and get reform, try and get change. There were many there was others that came alongside of Ākenehi Hei after that and probably did as much as they could. But you're up against an institution that is bigger than you. And those that were at Te Aute would have been just coming into their knowledge, just coming into trying to make a difference. So I think it was the early infancy and would have been the catalyst for more Māori nurses to come on board. So he would have been hugely supportive of that.
Hapai. I was just looking at the picture because I looked through and Ākenehi went to St. Joseph's Māori Girls College, and I'm not making a point about that in particular, but the way in which a lot of focus is around Te Aute and the men that came through leadership there, and yet we don't see as much focus about the wahine that came through, not just Hato Hoepa, but a lot of those kura, whether that's Wikitoria, whether that's Hukarere and others. And those photos, we don't see the photos as prominently presented on a regular basis. So do you have kōrero around the other ones that were alongside, ones like Ākenehi, or that were sent to schools to be trained in leadership?
Not in depth.
Okay.
I really concentrated my brief on my great-grandaunt, and I have named a couple of people in there.
Yes.
But I never went into depth on that.
Bueno, koera mea ku mihi ki a koe.
Tēnā koe. You've told us about this very strong tradition of nursing within your whānau, and you've taken a slightly different course now. What would your aspirations be for the next generation of women in your family? Would you want them to enter nursing? And if you do, if you would, what sort of advice would you give them?
Well, to be frank, I have 2 daughters.
Yes.
None of them are in the nursing field. None of them wanted to go into nursing. So they're all very creative and artistic. My advice for any Māori woman who has a desire, it's a passion. It's in you. It's something that drives you to be wanting to be in service to your people. It has no other, it's a difficult feeling to have, and many Māori women will know that. It's something that they are born to give. And sadly, when they do get into that system, they have to remain strong. They absolutely have to remain strong and committed to their convictions and their identity of who they are as Māori. You will get bashed around in there. And never give up. Never ever give up in terms of what you believe, because our people matter to us. They absolutely matter to me. And that's why I do the things that I do, because of that. There's no words, there's no degree that you can have that will tell you that. It's all that sense of purpose. But to remain strong, because in the system, somewhere we have to continue to carry on and change that system.
Ask this technical question before I asked for those strong words. I was taken by this photograph of the protest when Opotiki Hospital was closing. And actually, I just want to know when we're talking about, what date that was.
I do have the date. I can pass that on.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for your kororo this morning.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I've got it somewhere.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
I just want to pick up a bit. You've talked about the struggles of Māori nurses in the system, and I just kind of want to take that in just a slightly different direction and want to ask you about Māori practice in the system, and particularly, in what ways do you see traditional healing practices sitting alongside Western healing practices? And do you think there is either recognition of traditional practices or a willingness and receptiveness towards traditional practices to be a part of a clinical pathway or to sit alongside a clinical pathway?
I'm going to answer your questions in different levels. The first and foremost is within a nursing practice or within a nursing system, it's easy to put your hand on a person when they're not well. It is easy. And really do karakia. And I'll speak only for myself when I was nursing. I used to do that a lot when someone was in pain. I use contemporary medicine and alternative medicine. I always have. And it's simple as sharing and caring. It's just simple as that. Doing karakia and opening yourself up for this person that is in your care. You don't need a book or anything to do that. It just simply is. And if you can see change immediately. I have felt change when I've felt the mamai leave that person. And it has just been a practice of just opening it up and transferring it elsewhere. These are practices that my whānau have done, but we've never talked about them. Because this is not a safe space to be able to talk about it in the Western model. But I felt in my karakia last night, this was the difficult part to write my kōrero today, because it's something that I could not put in my brief. Because it's not there for everyone to see. It's a feel and an understanding. So I spent hours trying to write that summary, trying to encapsulate everything that I have been given from my tupuna wahine, from my tupuna. It took me ages. And I had to do that through karakia and ask, is this the right place to say this? To share this, what we do? And I felt it. And I just felt all of my kuia around me. And that was the message was good enough for me to say and share this in this space. You can do that now. Many Māori women probably already do it. They already karakia, and you don't, you already probably do it. Many of them do. There is already rongoa clinics that are happening around everywhere. And you're finding many of our whānau do both, contemporary and rongoa Māori. So that's nothing new. The system, though, does not recognise that. That's the difference.
So, with the absence of the system recognising rongoa Māori and traditional practice, how has that impacted on the mana of practitioners in the system?
How has it? Are we talking practitioners Māori or practitioners Pākehā?
Yeah, practitioners Māori, be they nurses or midwives or medical practitioners. How is the absence of recognition of rongoa and traditional practice as part of a healing pathway? How has that impacted on them and the mana? And it might not be their mana, it might be the mana of that practice.
I think it's another option, because we've only been shown one. It's an option and a recognition that it's always been there. So it's more about the recognition and honouring of some of our traditional healing practices. And being for a doctor to be able to say, well, if we're not making headways here, maybe they need to be, given to their own to find another way. But this is all very, you probably, there's very few, and I know very few doctors that have said, well, go over and see so-and-so because they do rongoa Māori, or they do mirimiri, or they do some other practice, karakia. I think it's starting to be utilised, but it's very tough to get it. And I'll use whakatane as an example. I sit on the runanga there. I have seen that they're trying to change their practices on wards. They have Māori staff, but it's not easy. Definitely not easy to try and get that more of that Māori influence into the clinical practice model, or just to have a room where whānau can come in when they come in their droves. We have to beg for that in some instances. But there are some hospitals that are changing, and they're very small steps. But it's going to have to take bigger steps than those to make some change. And it's all about respecting it. It's a dangerous place for people that don't understand the traditional Māori practices, especially Western Pākehā people. They don't understand it. And it's something that you probably don't see in terms of wairua, what that means and how that feels. So it's a difficult space to work in when you don't know and understand it.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, I just had a quick question, which is probably just a matter of clarification. I'm looking at paragraph 14 of your brief, and at the bottom of that paragraph, you talk about the sentence starts, racism was apparent and explicit when hiring Pākehā nurses over Māori for these hospital-based systems. This is in the early 1900s. And then you say, and payment for these services was not considered until 1909. Now, do I understand that to mean they weren't paid before then, or what do you, can you clarify that?
That's the sense that I've got in, in the Rayburn Lange's book, yes.
So they were those...
Volunteers.
Volunteers. So up until that date, that...
I've found no other evidence to show that they were paid.
All right. So in paragraph 12, you give evidence about your tupunas her working life as a nurse between 1901, from 1901 when she was an assistant nurse and dresser at Napier Hospital in 1901. So your evidence would be that you understand she would have been a volunteer?
More than so, because there's no evidence to show that they were ever paid.
Okay. Kia ora. Of female nurses and very inspiring. So thank you for your evidence this morning. Not paid.
Kia ora no, we should be back onto the timetable. The next witness to be called is Ms Tracy Haddon. The ROI document number of her brief of evidence is A42.
I'm just a note that in the timetable we will be taking lunch at 12:40. So if we haven't finished, we'll adjourn and then continue on up to lunch.
Kia ora koutou te whare. Ko whiria te maunga, ko pohongu tohora te maunga. Ko nā take mata whaurua te waka, ko hokianga te moana, ko tāhi ki te awa. Ko te whakarongo tai, tāhi ki me mahuri o ku marae. Ko ngai tū, Ngāti Ui, Ngāti Wharara, Tāti Pākau, o ku hapu, ko ngā bau te iwi, ko Tracy Haddon ahau. A little bit nervous, but that's okay. I just wanted to really talk about some of the points within my brief. I kind of wanted to talk about me growing up and getting into this role and some of the barriers and challenges and why I'm in the role I am in now. I was whāngai out when I was younger, and my whānau come from Ngāti Apa, the Joneses and the Greens. I am also the second oldest out of 8. My mataamua passed away due to suicide, leaving behind 5 babies that my husband and I helped look after over time. So at one stage we had 10 tamariki. I brought one with me. I only have 5. We have 5 of our own. We have 4 daughters that range in age from 22, and we have 1 son who is 5. I'm quite lucky. I have a very supportive husband. In 1990, my father became a tetraplegic from a car accident, and during that time of going backwards and forwards, I became a ward of the state and got released when I was 18. So I've had quite a big journey, but it also impacts on my way of thinking, my lived realities, and some of the concerns and problems that I've had navigating systems for my whānau. When I first started, or actually in general, when my father had his accident, I kind of knew. I'd gone out with my grandmother and collected rongoa that I didn't even know what it was. I just wondered why she was out picking weeds out on the side of the road. Later on, knew that that was actually kumaraho. But looking after animals and things, I always had a natural affinity to wanting to care for things and caring for my people. Over time, I had to learn how to advocate not only for myself, having a 24-week baby, but also having to advocate on behalf of my siblings and my whānau to make sure that our family had the care that they needed. So I've always kind of wanted to be in a space that I needed to challenge the way that the systems work. So I started off as at Manawatu Polytech, and then it transitioned into UCOL, so it was the last intake of the registered comprehensive nurses there in '97. Possibly wasn't the most favoured person to actually finish high school and get somewhere. And then I became the first intake into UCOL. It took me 5 years to finish training because I got hapu with our oldest girl Talia and had her, so it took a little bit longer. And during that time that I finished, that's when my mother passed away, and so I had to come back in and take over another status to help look after my whānau. At that time when I was studying, I didn't actually realise how many Māori were actually in nursing positions or studying to be nurses, but there was probably only about 10 of us out of 100 that was in that year. Over time, I realised that I needed to do something to increase my leadership positions within nursing. I still feel like an imposter with what I've done, and hearing it read out to me at a conference I presented to, I was like, that's not me, I'm just Tracy. I did my bachelor's degree. I did a postgraduate in health service management because I wanted to try and facilitate change. At that stage, I was asked why. I said, because I need to, because I want to. And I worked in theatre for 15 years and got really frustrated with the place and couldn't do anything, even though I had postgraduate diploma. In 2000, well actually at that stage I must admit my motive was really, really low. I'd had enough of the place. I didn't sing actually, I stopped singing. I didn't actually realise until I went out of that role that I felt that way. I didn't want to leave nursing, obviously, because I had a lot of responsibilities and I can't just walk out of a job because of having that many tamariki. So I kind of felt obligated as the mama to stay there and for my whānau to make sure that we had pūtea coming in. My husband, he does work as well, which at the time we had 10 children, he wasn't. I was actually on maternity leave for having another baby. I think it was this one actually. Yeah, so there was quite a bit that sort of happened. In 2015, I had my son and I thought I'm over it. I went for the role as a charge nurse. I was the only one out of my peers that had the postgrad. I had my level 3 PDRP, which is our professional development portfolio. There were 3, and I'd already done a lot of the education packages, trained up a lot of the nurses, and we went for the role, and someone got brought in from overseas to fulfil that position. So that was, like, I suppose, a big slap in the face, hey? You put in all this effort and work, and you don't really get anywhere. And then at the same sort of time, we got the first general manager, Māori Stephanie Turner, into our DHB. I work for Paiora Paiaka Whaiora Haurawara Māori, which is the Māori Health Directorate at Mid Central DHB. And that was the first time that I actually recognised someone in a leadership position in my district health board. They were always Pākehā, all come from overseas in those positions. And then I thought actually that one day could be me. In 2015, at the same sort of time, there was a report done by Taima Campbell, I think it was 2014, 2015, that acknowledged that things needed to change within the system. From that was born my role, which was the inaugural role for the Quality and Service Improvement Manager for Māori Health across the district. That's been challenging in itself. So I just wanted to sort of talk about another piece that I did. So last year I completed my Masters in Business Management, in Business Studies with an endorsement in Management, but my thesis was actually understanding and determining the value of Māori nurses within Aotearoa. Some of that was validating my feelings and my career progression and seeing, like, it wasn't that I didn't know it existed, but I just wanted some evidence to confirm what I knew. So some of the things that I knew was that you were feeling like you were inadequate. You were questioning your own skills and knowledge. You felt like an imposter. You felt like you were inferior to those that were non-Māori because you were not in those leadership positions. I think from memory there's possibly only 2 that sit in those leadership positions within the district health boards at the moment out of the 20. There was a lack of opportunity. I paid for majority of all my study myself, which meant that that took away from my own whānau, and I took a lot of time away from my whānau to be able to do it. Or I'd get up at some stupid hour in the morning to make sure that I could study, because I knew that it would improve outcomes for not just my kids' lives, but for other people. So I got this role, and I thought, what the hell have I done? But actually, I was really glad that I did it, because I didn't see my own potential, and because I went into a Māori space, they saw my potential, and they've helped me develop and flourish. So I kind of want that opportunity for other people to be given what I've been given. So because of this, I actually have been supported now, finally, to do some study, which is good. But going into this position too, because nurses work a lot of after hours, I actually took a pay cut so I could actually do something to make a change, but it's about $10,000 plus a year. But I'm there for the take. I never went into nursing for the money. I went in there because I wanted to go for a purpose. So that in itself was hard. When I first went into the role, I was challenged around my qualifications, and that was with a postgrad in health service management. So me being me, I went out and got a postgrad in quality systems. I think there aren't many Māori that actually have that qualification, and it's only done at Massey, which was hard in itself because I had to kind of to colonise my lecturer's way of thinking to try and get how I worked across. So I sort of, it took me a while to feel accepted in that space. I've been in that space for 5 years now. I think, it's quite a long time. Some of the things I just wanted to touch on too are some of the lessons that I've reflected on from doing my thesis, because I always knew that that improvement space wasn't how I needed it to be to make a difference for whānau. So some of the earliest capturing of data, I think it was back in the 1859, was George Gray. So he started capturing mortality rates of Māori children. And what he realised back then in the mid-1800s, that our tamariki were dying a lot quicker than non-Māori children. So that was sort of the start. After that, because of the impact of Lawrence, you also brought in what is known kind of as modern-day run charts. So they were based around the Crimean War. So the charts that we use to track our blood pressures, our temperature, our pulse, our respirates, that chart's something that was also derived by Florence Nightingale. The problem with this type of data set, it actually doesn't give the richness or the understanding of what's happening for our whānau, their journey. You're just a number. The other thing that I also know is that this information is what sets down some of our funding. But I still don't understand, if we're overrepresented in this information, why is our budget not overrepresented too? Sorry, I've just got to find my place. Just feel free to stop me if I've talked too much. Some of the work that I do is around implementing the clinical and cultural best practice across the organisation. It is looking at how we rewrite the policies, what sort of language we use, how we integrate the philosophies, the tikanga, so that actually it's embedded. It's not that we walk away and it drops out and there's no one to take its place, but really looking at those system changes. The problem is that you have to educate before you can actually change the papers, change the system, relook at the way that we're doing things. And because of the impact of Florence and the migration of all these nurses into these senior leadership positions, because if we look at it, our nurses are the backbone to our healthcare organisation, that they're coming in with international models, international, you know, their own ideologies, their own ways of thinking. And so we're having to push back, saying actually our models are okay, our tikanga's been around for ages, look at our own cultural evidence, look at our own practices that we do, and how do you use that in the way that you look after whānau. That in itself has caused it has caused a lot of, I don't know what you would call it, angst. Some people have been completely shocked, but at the end of the day, the hardest thing is that we sit in advisory positions. We may sit at an upper level, but we still sit there to advise those people that are actually making those decisions on behalf of us every day. I'm lucky because I'm actually backed by a big whānau. Our directorate's probably about 50 strong now, but we may actually be the largest Māori health directorate, I believe, in New Zealand now. So I'm very lucky because it's not just me that's trying to make these changes. So as part of this and part of this trying to understand everything, the one thing I also wanted to acknowledge is that the models and systems that they use for quality improvement are done through the IHI or the quality gurus are all male. So it's got a real masculine approach to how things are done. I don't believe there's any female quality gurus in that space. And the only person that comes from an indigenous space is Ishikawa. So he was a Japanese quality guru. So I don't believe that anyone's actually looked at it from what that looks like through a Māori improvement space. So me being me, I've got my own definition of what I believe it is. So I call it whakapaiaki te koonga tikangarua. So for me, it's a systemic approach, utilising tikanga and Māori worldviews to redesign and co-create strategies, policies, models of care and frameworks focused on accountability to te o waitangi. It's a whānau-centred focus which leads and develops the aspirations for pai ora, as well as addresses whānau ora outcomes. It's a Māori-centred framework which is a partnership approach that facilitates whānau-centred systems and performance outcomes while ensuring that the systems being adapted involve whānau, hapu and iwi within the system schema. That's what I believe it is, and that's how I do it. I flip everything they tell me and change it. But I am in this role. I am also entrusted to be able to do what I need to do to grow the nurses within our district health board. But that's because I sit where I sit. I have been able to make changes in our nursing and midwifery strategies because of my relationships. I have been able to create a Māori nursing forum, which we now get about 30 and the numbers are growing. That's been going for 2 years, but I did that alongside my quality papers to make sure that I had the right systems in place to make sure I embedded that change. But because we didn't actually originally have any way of trying to capture our nurses to bring them under our wing, so we don't look at just cultural safety for whānau, but cultural safety for our staff and our workforce and what that looks like for Māori, I decided I was going to join the Māori Women's Welfare League, as you do. So I also sit there as the Vice President for Nunga Haue Farm in Te Papahuia. But I suppose I really just wanted to highlight that if we don't have people in these spaces that actually know how to embed these changes, then we're not going to actually see the changes within the system. It's just going to be as Here te mara mara o te awhiorangi, ko te toki tēnei topa tope aen ngā ngaru. I te tangata nā waira e mau e ki atu nā te kahui pau. Ngā pautiti, ngā pautaha, ngā pauko, rero nā kahutaringa i tiki, ki runga i te whare, kura e.
Tēnā koe. Do you need a little breather first?
No, I'm good.
Ka pai. Thank you for sharing with us today, and particularly for sharing your story and journey in your workplace. Sorry, I must have my phone. I've got a couple of questions to ask you about things you've talked about. So the first is, how are you finding the receptiveness of the workforce that you're working with at Mid-Central, is it?
So the first year was really, really hard. I went into, because I do a lot, I think, thank goodness for sixth form religious education, but I ended up going into some of the spiritual care spaces, and when I first went in that space, the GM quality, well, I knew I needed to be there, but it was the GM quality that questioned my knowledge and skill. So at that stage it was very, very hard. There was probably only half a dozen of us in that space. We were really lucky that our GM and our Steve Turner and our Ops Director Wayne Blissett were really good at going out there for us and trying to remove any of those barriers that we needed. It probably took a good 18 months to 2 years to start getting the change. I suppose at that time, I think there were a couple of times that we really pushed back to say, actually, your models aren't working, this is what we want. So in about 2018, I designed a model which I call the bicultural model of practice. Really, it's just a model that uses everything that we know stuck in one space that I use across policy, across job descriptions, across everything, because it talks about our Māori health model. So obviously Ta Mason is from our region, so we use Te Whare Tapawha to honour his teachings. It talks about Māori health equity on it. It talks about the whānau centred partnership in the centre. It also brings into it the values of he koro ai oranga. So over time, there's been a lot of education, a lot of changes in people's attitudes. There are some people that are absolutely champions that are non-Māori, that are our champions in there, and they've worked with us to do initiatives. But over time, things change. So now, like last night, I'm meant to be on annual leave, I was working till 1:30 in the morning to try and get a role put in by Friday. But that's what you kind of do because you want to see things change. Yeah, so there's definitely been a huge groundswell and people being receptive to things here.
Ka pai. And so you also talked a bit about, I guess, the extent to which you were valued and recognised in the workplace. Do you think that that has changed over time as well, that Māori nurses are being more recognised and more valued in the workplace?
I believe in our space, yes, in some regards. My research would say otherwise. For our nurses, they still feel like they're discriminated on a daily basis. My research looks at 1 in 2 Māori nurses facing discrimination and racism within the workplace daily. compared to the national, which was 1 in 4, I believe, that came out of a report done, I think it was through Trade Me, I can't remember exactly what it was. So I believe in our space we do quite well, but when I sit at Te Puare for the Runanga, or sit in other spaces, or go to different forums, I hear otherwise.
And so those kinds of improvements, are they dependent on people driving that, or is it kind of a bit more built into the system now?
Getting better, but it's still person dependent.
Okay.
We have some really unique roles. We call them partnership roles between our clusters and our Māori Health Directorate. So we look after them, but they pay their wages. But it's stuff that we want as whānau. So we have some really unique roles that we see as being very beneficial. There are a few things changing, but it's very hard and very slow. When I go back home on Friday, I'm leading, I've got to go home tonight to get back Friday, I'm leading a workshop with our quality team looking at what bicultural practice looks like and how to embed it into our organisation, because I'm having to go back and pick up a lot of the work or have a look and unpick things, because a lot of initiatives come from the Health and Quality Safety Commission, and the way that that organisation leads quality improvements still based on the male quality gurus like Demings and Schwartz. It's done through the IHI. So they still bring in those practices. So I'm sitting there going, oh, that's not right, we don't do that, we do this, you know. So it is quite frustrating. Or they leave the treaty out, or they leave out what Māori equity looks like and just leave it as equity.
Do you tell them?
Yeah, I do.
Kapai.
Yeah, I do. But I'm in that space, and possibly just me. I know there is a directorate there now, and that's where my old boss went to head it up. But there's still a very small team, and you've still got to undo all those hundreds of years worth of work to get them to understand what that looks like.
Ka pai o kia kaha koe. Kia ora.
I heard you use the term cultural safety during your evidence. I can't quite recall the context in which you used that. But we had some evidence earlier which talked about the watering down of cultural safety to cultural competence. So what is the official state of play in terms of that framework?
For me, I used it to acknowledge how we should look after our staff within their work environment. You know, looking at trying to get rid of some of that racism and discrimination that sits here, ensuring that you come in, you feel like you can practice as Māori, being Māori, and being unapologetic in the way that we work with our whānau. I know that I've done some work through the different institutes that train our nurses, and I've done a couple of lectures, and they sort of look at it still from a multicultural lens instead of what that looks like applied to us. So like we say, yes, people need to have cultural competence and they have to be culturally confident to work with whānau, but it's understanding the background. My understanding is that kawa whakaruru hau only makes approximately 20% of our nursing curriculum, and I argue that it needs to go right through and be embedded into how we practice, how, you know, just not 20% but the whole entire thing. What I do know is that those schools that, like Awanuiarangi and Whitireia, that do embed kawa whakaruru hau, often when you look at the ACE program, which is trying to get our new nurses into NEP or nurse entry to practice, the way that works in the last report meant that actually our Māori nurses didn't get hired from those institutions, that they weren't deemed to be ready. But I just kind of felt like that was quite discriminatory in the practice and how they got them to apply. I don't think I answered your question quite right. Yeah.
Is that a quality and service issue from your perspective?
Yes, I believe it is, but I also think it's, it definitely is, but I think it's all originates to, I suppose I kind of feel like it goes back to the accountability of Nursing Council, because originally Nursing Council was set up by the first chief nurse, and it took us 99 years to get a Māori chief nurse, which was my whanaunga Margaret Brucorn. So I think not having those systems in place right from the beginning has really impacted on the way that we roll everything out through nursing. Even to the extent, like, I always think of vetting as our fourth article, but for them it's just a principle, you know, it's not something that would be, it's just still seen as a principle, I think. But for me, that's kind of the essence of how we practice. Yeah.
Ka roha kai te whawhai māua o wai tērā I tuku pātai. Tēnā koe, Tracy, me o kōrero. I really appreciated really giving an overview of what it's like working within that environment, and in particular the barriers you came across, and your answer was to get training and to go beyond that. Obviously there's huge value in the training that you did that allowed you to take on those challenges a lot more. Can you talk about the impact of the training in particular, and because you spoke about the fact that it was your initiative to get that training, it wasn't because it was maybe identified as something you needed, you did that of your own volition.
Yeah, for me it was about having an in-depth understanding of what they were talking about. I don't believe I have the right to challenge something I'm not 100% sure of, so I decided that I needed to know exactly what the equality system looked like, have more of an understanding of the accreditation and audit processes, and look at, and using those skills and knowledge to actually look at what levers I could tweak or what systems I could change to make a difference in the outcomes for whānau, whether that be in the maternity child health space, whether it be at a governance level. So for me it was just understanding the whakapapa really of what I actually didn't need to know, because actually that's kind of what I learnt, that I went and got this degree, but I actually already knew what I needed to know. But I really just wanted to stand up to them and say, actually, I've got a tohu, where's yours? You know, so it was kind of that sort of attitude. That's why my daughter calls it my spiked degree. Yeah, but I mean, it has definitely helped to understand the wider system. But it's also given me the ability to, I'm just co-writing a paper with my old Professor Nigel Briggs at Massey around what quality improvement looks like through a bicultural space, through a Māori lens. So it's opened a few pathways.
I particularly felt, I sort of felt, I don't know, whether the pain that it would have felt like in terms of not being given the position when you applied for the role, and going to someone else, and quite often I didn't, you didn't allude to any explanation as to why that took place, whether they told you why you didn't get the job, or whether there was, sometimes it could be maybe the culture would change with having someone like yourself in the mix.
For me, I like the position came up and my boy was still fairly young. I kind of I felt like there were a few things that sort of impacted possibly on their decision, because I had a responsibility as a tuakana in my whānau to do what I needed to do, whether it was to help put my dad to bed one night, because in the end my family sort of didn't want people coming externally in. So over time, like my mum looked after dad and then my sister, and obviously things happened for them and it was a bit too much. And then my two brothers took over, helping to support dad. So I had to be able to come in and step in, or things that you wouldn't generally do if you were a daughter. But if I took dad away and his catheter got blocked, well, actually, who's going to do it? It's me. Which I mean, yeah, that's why I sort of said at the start that I've got a really understanding husband, because he would help me as well. Yeah, so there was that. I think of having lots of babies as something that's quite cool. I like having a big family. I'm from a big family, but I know a lot of people do have the opinion like, man, you've got too many kids. But moving into this directorate space, having that many kids is actually normal, which is really neat. And they're just treated like one of the mokopuna by the... going to work's not like going to work, it's just like going to my aunties or uncles, it's like going home. So I kind of think there were a few things that impacted on that. I also used to challenge a lot, like, why are you doing that? What's your rationale? Do you have a rationale? Was that something you've always done? I don't know whether that came off exactly what they wanted to hear, but I wasn't just going to do something for the sake of doing it. But I kind of also felt like I had a commitment to doing something in that space, and when I had my boy, I kind of felt like I could leave because my mum was a kidney donor. Yes.
Karoha.
So there were a few things that impacted, but when I sort of asked, I didn't know the structure of the hospital well enough, but I think that's crap, because I did. But that was kind of the only thing, but they brought in this other guy to do it, and he lasted 1.5 years, and no one could understand why I couldn't get the job. In the end, I actually think myself lucky to be able to be in Paiora, to go to work, feel like you're home, and to be able to do whatever I want and know I'm backed. And that's not normal for a lot of my mates, a lot of my colleagues. Yeah. Just
the final point. I think what your kōrero showed for me is the importance of giving support to get further education or provide opportunities, particularly for our wahine Māori that are working in the health sector, to be able to access your degree. You've obviously done that, but you were obviously others who maybe didn't have the same opportunities you had or took the opportunity.
Yeah, but like I say, because I have the ability, I've written that into our nursing and midwifery work plan. We've proactively gone out and, because I did ngā manukura o pōpō, and so we ensure that these opportunities, whatever those opportunities are, and even getting investment from our Director of Nursing, that our Māori nurses come off the wards to actually attend our Māori Nurses Forum, because that forum isn't a space that we just have the kōrero, but it's a space that we can bring experts in to talk about their experiences, share their skills, so we can actually grow and develop our Māori nurses in a way that's safe for them. And that if something drops out, that, they just make me go and look after them because I'm Māori and they don't know how to do it, or conversations like that, it's still safe to have those conversations. And then we can have a conversation about why that happens, and that's some of the reason I went into the runanga. So I believe I'm still quite grounded to the floor, and I still backfill our registered nurses when I need to, but I think that's my point of difference, is that I do know what's happening. I'm still connected to whānau. I'm not just sitting up in a third tier role with, without being grounded. Yeah.
Tēnā koe. You talked about imposter syndrome when you're in your career, and so you're not feeling that now, eh?
Well, I did. I just presented down in Christchurch at the Professional Nurses Forum around the whai orititanga, and they were reading out who I am, what I've done. I was like, and this was like a couple of days ago, I'm like, that's not me. So yes, I still do feel like that, especially now that I'm starting to do things outside of my own environment. I know, like I always get reminded that I do work hard and that I am an expert in my own field, and I know that, but I still find it hard to hear, and I think it's years of being knocked back, you know, as a nurse, not sort of valuing your own worth, and that's, like I say, that was part of the reason that I went to unpick some of those things within my thesis. Like I do have aspirations and I do want to go ahead and do a PhD, like I do want to, but I kind of still feel at the end of the day that it's kind of doesn't feel like me, if that makes sense, yeah.
Well, I mean, imposter syndromes are seen very much as part of the product of systemic racism and sexism. Yeah. But you've got an amazing story. You have no reason to feel that, and the fact that you still do tells me a lot about the nature of the system that you've just described to us. And the story, I think, of a lot of other women I know who you just keep getting better qualified, but that still doesn't open up the opportunities. You're never qualified enough, and there's always the sense of not being good enough. But your story says you're amazing, you are good enough. And actually, I thought what was really interesting, because I've met nurses who've done the postgraduate path into being the nurse practitioners, but you've chosen to go into the sort of business system area, and I was just wondering what made you make that choice as opposed to going to that other postgrad pathway.
I enrolled in a postgrad in nursing back in the mid-2000s, and I thought, actually, I can't make change there. I wanted to be in a position to make change, not to be part of that change. So, stepping out of your comfort zone after, I suppose, nearly 15 years and taking that leap, going, oh my God, what do I know, was really hard in itself. But I looked at it, but then in my space I am enabled to still do nursing. I am still able to make those changes that I got told would never happen. So I'm kind of thankful I did go down the path I did, because I've got really good Māori bosses actually that look after you like whānau, and if you don't go to something, with the kids at school or whatever, we get kind of growled or, whānau first, but not everyone's as lucky to live in that, be in that situation.
Well, thank you, kia kaha, for your journey. Hopefully one day you'll run the DHB.
That's the plan. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Tracy. Thank you for your evidence, and also thank you for providing us with a copy of your thesis, which is on the record of the inquiry and will form part of the tuapapa for this inquiry as we continue.
Thank you. I just want to kind of say, I feel for my thesis, I'm just the pen. The thesis is a collection of work from 333 other Māori nurses and ones that had dual registration as Māori midwives.
Okay, kia ora.
Kia ora.
Now, I've been advised that lunch is delayed until 1, so you'll all be pleased to know we can continue. So we can hear from the next witness. That imposter syndrome is so invidious, isn't it? Yeah. Invidious.
Ka pai, tēnā tātou. He tono tēnei kia... Kia panoni anō i ngā whakaritenga, kia tū tētehia a Sandra, i mua i a Naomi. Anā tēnei ka pōhiri i Aia. Kia koe tēnei te pōhiri i Aia ki mua i a koutou. Kei roto tonu i tēnei kreme, ko ngā nama i runga i tāna tāpaitanga ko te A45, tēnei ka tukuna ki Aia. Kia taki i ona kōrero. Kia ora.
He honore he karoria, maungarunga ki te whenua, whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. E aka hoa mahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko matawhaurau te maunga, ko kaitūna te awa, ko makatū te moana, ko te arawa te waka, ko tapuhai araru te marae. No wai pukarau a hau, ko Sandra Corbett, tōku ingoa. So I acknowledge this opportunity that you've given me today to engage with you in relation to the evidence that I've provided around the significant breaches to Te Tiriti in regards to mana wahine, and with particular reference to the national kaitiaki regulations. I also want to mihi to all the kōrero that's been shared. It has been humbling and a great learning opportunity to be part of this inquiry. I want to mihi also to my colleagues who have actually supported me to be here today and to value the contribution that I can make. I want to use this time to emphasise some of my kōrero. I am a proud woman of Ngāti Pikiao descent. My nanny, Hai tū, was a founding member of Te Arawa Women's Health League that was set up in 1937. These amazing nannies were unpaid nurses that came together to care for our whānau. There were babies and whānau who were dying. There was poor sanitation in those times, whare without water, electricity, and the other basics, clean water. And our whānau were dying. And these wahine toa, our nannies, came together to support their whānau in much the same way that district nurses work today. And they were supported by some key Pākehā nurses. They didn't need a training. They had within them the skills to look after their whānau. So my nanny, she was a key person in my life, and she passed on that intergenerational knowledge and practices and the importance of manaakitanga. These tikanga have been fundamental in my life and certainly in my nursing career. So I want also to explore traditional Māori concepts around the role of wahine and te whare tangata, and how these have been sidelined within my nursing practices and the delivery of cervical screening services and treatment.
So much of my evidence speaks to the traditional whakapapa of Wahine, such as Papa Tuanuku, Hene Titama, and Hene Nui Te Po, and the evolving yet integral role they had in Te Ao Māori. In particular, the tapu and the mana of Wahine, te whare tangata, and our role in bringing life into the world. The origins of these kōrero have transcended since time immemorial, and despite having such stories, an integral underpinning of understanding, the role of Wahine Māori and their many strengths have been largely excluded from nursing training and practices. I want to also emphasise the mandate that allows me to represent the voice of Māori women with particular regard to the concept of mana wahine, te whare tangata, and the national kaitiaki regulations. So I began as a young woman at 17, my nursing training, my nursing career. In fact, my nanny Haihaitu, she took me to Palmerston on a plane. She'd never been on a plane ever before. So we began my journey in nursing together. She took me to Palmerston North, from Rotorua, to whānau we had there, and she handed me over for them to provide me with the support I would need to begin this journey. It was a sense of responsibility that I took on with this journey, not realising that I would be entering not only a community, but a nursing establishment where I didn't have whānau, there weren't many brown faces, there weren't the supports I had grown up. In Rotorua, I could walk up the street and just about know most people. They were either related to me or they belonged to my school or my church or some community connection. Here I was in this big city. And I have to say, Māori weren't that visible to me as they were in my own hometown. They were even less visible in my training institution. There was one other Māori nurse there, Hene Nui. She sadly died of breast cancer, but she provided the kaha to me to stand up and feel strong. It is so easy for others to look at you and see what they want to see. And so often people look at me and they don't see a Māori woman. They see someone who appears to walk the world, the Pākehā world, the Western world, with her head held high. Well, my head is held high because I've had a nanny who taught me to hold my head high. So began a nursing career that eventually led me to the cervical screening program. And that was following the Cartwright inquiry and its recommendations. An inquiry where Judge Cartwright found that there were two major issues to be considered in relation to Māori women when assessing the impact of Dr. Green's experimentations. Those times had a huge impact on me as a Māori woman, finding out that those women were treated in a way by a profession that I was part of. Dame Sylvia Cartwright said the first thing to be considered is the sacredness of the area of the genital tract to both Māori and to a lesser degree non-Māori, and the implications of the genital area to Māori women cannot be underestimated. They have and had huge repercussions on the development of the National Cervical Screening Program. At that time, she noted that there was little cultural understanding of these mores on the part of the profession, the medical profession. So when I undertook to do my nurse smear taker training, I actually realised the opportunity for the program to make a difference for Māori women. I did understand the importance of connecting with whānau, of whakapapa, of establishing a relationship before being able to gain their trust and share knowledge and information that would empower them to make a decision about participating in the cervical screening program. I was also deeply shocked that Māori women, I was quite naive in those days, had the lowest health status of any other group in Aotearoa. And in fact, at that time, they had the second highest cervical incidence and mortality rate of any other country in the world. So my passion for Māori health was reinforced and mentored by Wahine Tua, at that time whose activism ensured Māori voices were heard. The discourse shared at this time related to Māori belief systems and the mana of Wahine. While sometimes talked about as status, power, authority, it has embedded in it a philosophy concerning the sphere of influence, a code of behaviour, and a knowledge built up over generations. It has also been described as the intellectual property that belongs to all Māori women. Such was the leadership at this time, and some of them are here in this room, that the energy provided by these wahine, along with the many hui that were held up and down the motu, that the voice of Māori was heard and did shape the introduction of the National Cervical Screening Program. They recommended working groups that led to the introduction of the Kaitiaki group. For this group to legally operate, legislation had to be introduced to Parliament. So the Kaitiaki regulations came about. These regulations were a landmark and the main criteria for the release of Māori women's data from the National Cervical Screening Program, that is, the collective number of women participating within the program, was that it be used to benefit Māori women. So over time, kaimahi hui and rōpū, enziranau te runanga o Aotearoa toputanga tāpui kaitiaki o Aotearoa. Te rōpū wahine Māori tuku i te ora, the Māori Women's Welfare League, and the many mentors and kaimahi I've been privileged to work alongside have nominated and supported me to represent them on many national bodies, including the National Kaitiaki Group. And as I already stated, this was set up to ensure that the regulations were enacted and that Māori women would benefit from the data. Now we know that our ministry loves data. They love numbers. It's how they define how they make progress. It's what they report on. We do it every day. We listen to the COVID updates. It's all about numbers. But as a Māori, we know that these numbers represent people. They're our whānau. They have a place within the wider whānau that is unique to them. So while initially when the program was set up, there was a growing understanding of the sanctity of te whare tangata and the need for culturally appropriate protection of the tongue of information, this relationship deteriorated after time. There was an arrogance that once Māori women began to participate within the screening program, that the National Screening Unit, which is the Ministry of Health, should be exempt from going through any process at all to meet the criteria of the regulations. They were so hell-bent on exempting themselves that they even attempted to gather support to amend the regulations. However, Māori women resoundingly endorsed the regulations. And they've tried many ways to influence the women who sit on these groups so that they can persuade them to enact them in a way that supports the ministry's desire not to have to undertake those processes. They even sought a health legal opinion at a time when our Māori Women's Welfare League president, Prue Kapua, was the convener of this group. However, they were not successful, and even at the parliamentary review of the National Cervical Screening Program in 2018, they tried again to circumvent these regulations. But along with Dame Sylvia Cartwright and many other kaimahi, Prue Kapua, the Health Select Committee decided that the regulations must stand. They are important to Māori today as they were when they were first introduced, and they should be at the heart of any quality measure. Why have a program that does not benefit the woman it serves? So over time, Māori women have continued to carry a disproportionate burden of cervical disease. They still have over 2 times the rates of that of other women. So the regular reporting and monitoring of the ministry using Māori women's data has not resulted in improved health outcomes for these women. And this is at the heart of the tensions between the kaitiaki group, those enacting the regulations, and the ministry. While we who work in the sector know that these ongoing breaches have allowed institutional and systems barriers to continue to support these inequities, others would like to portray Māori data as somehow our responsibility. There's something that we're doing wrong, not that the system is not supporting us to be able to equally benefit from the health systems. We know that concepts of health are holistic, and they're well represented in the well-known frameworks that we use all the time, te whare tapawhā, te whike, te pai mahutonga, and many others, whose dimensions span physical, mental, spiritual well-being, whānau, language, land and culture. Māori health is a taonga, with the same rights of protection afforded under te tiriti as land, fisheries, and other taonga. So let me finish with this whakatauki. Me aro koe ki te hā o hine ahu one. Pay heed to the dignity of woman. Kia ora.
Mawai.
Thank you for that submission. It was really, it was fabulous because it was irritating. In terms of kind of reinforcing, I guess what we know, happens in the system, and particularly, in relation to initiatives that are designed to be helpful and constructive, that then get diminished and undermined and don't produce the outcomes along the way. So I think just your evidence around the cervical screening program, I mean, I didn't realise the extent to which those kind of tensions were and still are, it sounds like, in the delivery of quite a critical dimension of Māori women's health. So I just want to thank you for your submission for that. And I mean, the nuggery question for me around these systemic issues is you can win something even in legislation and it doesn't endure. So I'm just kind of putting it to you, like, what are the other things that need to happen to sort of put some of these constructive Māori solutions, really, so that they can endure over time and are not constantly eroded?
So often it is my experience that we are asked for advice, but there is no guarantee that that advice is undertaken. And until Māori are part of delivering the recommendations that this advice is based on, then I think we are always doomed to have other issues given as excuses. Often it's resources, so often it's resources. Now we have COVID, but there are always along the way reasons why they cannot. We know that because our wahine tell us what they need, that we know if we listen, we will get it right. But unfortunately, there is a culture within the ministry, within Western paradigms, that says their science is better than ours, that they know better. We call ourselves a bicultural nation or a multicultural nation. We know our Pacific sisters have equal challenges. But we know at the heart of things, the majority have the largest voice, the largest say, and it has nothing to do with whose need is greatest. And if we want to really make a difference, we have to see that we cannot say that everyone should get the same. We understand inequities, and we know where the need is greatest, that's where the energy needs to go. Does that answer your question?
It's an ongoing question for all of us, I think. You know, it's like you win something and it gets lost. Thank you.
Just on that point too, I've got to say that it's quite wearing when you're in that space, when you're continually having to challenge. You know, it doesn't matter how much you believe in what you're doing, you do need the strength of those around you, your whānau, your community, to be able to continue to push at the boundaries.
I'm advised that lunch is ready to go, so we're going to just adjourn now, and I'm sure there'll be some more questions for you after the lunch break. So we have 40 minutes for lunch, which means we're coming back at 20 to 2. Thank you.
Sometimes we don't appreciate the little things, like a walk, not for any reason.
your personal guide to the world of K-pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month. YouTube Music Premium is dedicated to you. During your dinner party with friends and family, on long drives without a signal, and when your phone screen's locked. It's full of exciting features that make you feel like you're with the band, that help you find the music you've been looking for, and discover new music that you'll be listening to for years to come. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
Be productive anywhere with mobile downloads. Start a free trial of YouTube Premium and learn uninterrupted.
Looking for new songs? YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music. Built to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to Premium for 1 month free. Listen to music ad-free. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1 month free trial.
your personal guide to the world of K-pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
Be productive anywhere with mobile downloads. Start a free trial of YouTube Premium and learn uninterrupted.
Make pasta without cutting to an ad. Start a free trial of YouTube Premium and cook uninterrupted.
It was electric, full of passion, and now it's back. Every face-off, every matchup. Discover Sky today. Visit sky.co.nz/Super Rugby or call 0800 64 64 64.
ready to relax and find peace. But your Calm Meditation Guide stops when the screen locks. Get YouTube Premium with background, ad-free and offline play, so you can unwind uninterrupted. Try it free for 1 month.
your personal guide to the world of pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
Tēnā tātou. Before we recommence just with a couple of questions for our witness, I'm just having a discussion with the staff around the program for the rest of the day. So we have, as I understand it, 3 more witnesses to hear from this afternoon. It would be my, or our desire to finish the day, if we can, pretty much on time. So really that puts the onus on the witnesses to ensure that they get through what they need to say fairly economically, and we will obviously try and ensure that our questioning is to the point. So I'm just aware it was a long day yesterday, and it would be good, I think, to finish on time today if we can, because who knows what tomorrow will bring. So I'm just deciding whether or not we're going to break for afternoon tea at all, given that we've just come off lunch. If we are going to finish by 5, then my preference would be to push through. However, if it looks like we are going to go later than that, and certainly I wouldn't want to go any later than 5:30, then we would probably break for a short break at about 4. So sorry? Oh, there are 4, I think. Sorry, it's just been pointed out to me that we have 4 witnesses to get through. So after Sandra, we have Naomi Waipori, we have Moana Teiho, and we also have Hiniwirangi Morgan and Barbara and Moke. So we have 4 witnesses to get through. So on that basis then we will have an afternoon break at 4, and we'll see how, for a quarter of an hour or so, we'll see how we're travelling. Okay.
Kia ora. I've just got one question, and I'm sorry if you covered this and I missed it. But just in terms of the ministry trying to, seeking to bypass the regulations, do you know anything about their motivation for that?
Thank you. Kia ora anō. My understanding, and certainly in terms of my kōrero with them from time to time, is they've seen it as a hindrance. They've seen the register itself as being their responsibility, so why should they go through a process to access data when the register itself comes under their domain? So when at times we have tried to encourage them to understand our worldview in terms of when we use collective data, when we are representing our whānau, our families, that to simply use that data for reporting processes without understanding the impact of that information on our whānau. So when they talk about numbers, and your whānau is one of the numbers, then that has a deep connection with you that is more than meeting a ministry requirement in terms of helping them decide issues around resource, etc. And we know that they haven't actually used that data to influence the way that they deliver contracts that make a difference for our whānau. Now, I know because I have a daughter who, despite having had many cervical smear tests, developed cervical cancer. So she is one of the statistics that are used that represent Māori in a negative sense. But actually, it was the test that let my daughter down. She is a fit, healthy woman today, so luckily that treatment was successful for her. But in terms of the ministry understanding the importance of the narrative that goes with data, so that Māori women aren't painted like in many other areas of health. The statistics are negative for us. There's not many that aren't. And so when they are used without a context, without any understanding of the impact of the determinants of health, that affect the delivery of public health programs, without a structure within Aotearoa that recognises actually there are enough resources to go around. It's just that some have a lot more than others, and without access to those resources, they are less able to take care of themselves and their whānau, and this puts additional pressure on them. So while we have these discussions with the ministry, they still see it as a hindrance to the way they want to operate. They want to put out a monthly report. They want to tell physicians and other people exactly what the data is, because that's what Western medicine is often based on, you know, the numbers, the data, the science. It isn't necessarily based on the context with which this data comes from.
Ka pai, thank you.
Kia ora. That strikes me as, you know, it's interesting because you've advocated for needs-based. We've got this register of statistics that suggests that certain groups have these needs, Māori women have these needs, and yet there seems to be this disjunction between that knowledge and the policies that grow out of it that would stream money to those groups, to Māori women that need those resources. So do you have a comment on that?
The contracts that deliver the screening program, whether it be to Māori providers, whether it be to mainstream organisations, they are set up in a way that meet Western ideology in terms of being able to measure what happens, in terms of the things that is seen as important. They are not done in partnership. How can we work together? How can we have a contract that can meet your expectations and ours, using our knowledge of how we can best deliver health to our wahine? And this is, in essence, from where I sit, is one of the biggest failures. And it's not that we haven't tried, but they're comfortable with what they've done and what meets. When I say they, I say it with respect. That is the way that it's been delivered. And it's a risk, isn't it, to put your faith and trust in someone else to actually reconfigure how that would look for us.
It took a national scandal, didn't it, to actually get some movement in this area, and you know that just seems to me a tragic comment on how the health systems work. Anyway, that's my comment. I don't know if you want to comment on my comment.
I will say that over time, you know, everything has a whakapapa, and if you lose that institutional knowledge as governments change, as those working in the space change and move on, it is easy for people to come in with new ideas and not actually have that appreciation, that understanding. And even when the National Cervical Screening Program was monitored was Massey University actually, they took that monitoring role away from them and sent it offshore to Australia. The recommendations that were coming repeatedly, they weren't wanting to hear. So, you know, there are ways around, I guess, facing up to the fact that they may not know best for us, and until we are able to assert that authority, I think we will continue to have these inequalities. And I just want to acknowledge the New Zealand Nurses Organisation, actually, who have supported me, and my colleagues have supported me to enable me to continue to bring this to the fore. Kia ora.
Kia ora Sandra, ngā mihi ki a koe, ko mutu ngā pātai.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā. He paku tono tāku, tēnei kai kōrero e whai ake nei a Naomi, kei te wehe ia hei te toru karaka ki te taunga rererangi. Ko tāku e tonu atu nei ki a koe, kia tukuna ia i ona kōrero, mena he pātai wā koutou ka tae te tukuna atu i tētahi atu wā. Mena he whakai ana koe.
That's fine. We'll hear from her now, and the questions will be delivered in writing.
Ka pai. Ngā mihi, tēnei kai kōrero e whai ake nei, a ko Naomi Waipauri, ko ngā nama irunga i tāna tāpaitanga ko A43, ka tukuna te rākau kōrero ki aia. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ki te tau o tōku pāpa, ko hinei rā kei te maunga, ko ōhaki te marae. Ko māmari te waka, ko ruanui te rangatira, ko pauringa te awa, ko whanga pē te moana, ko te uri o tai, te hapu, ko te rarawa te iwi. Ki te tau o tōku māma, ko toka te maunga, ko waihawa te marae, ko kirihipi te whare, ko māhuhu ki te rangi te waka, ko arapawa te awa, ko kaipura te moana, ko te uri o hau te hapu, ko Ngāti Whātua te iwi. Ko wai au, ko Naomi Waipauri tōku ingoa. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te atua i runga rawa, ko ia te tīmatanga, ko ia hoki te whakamutunga, ko roria ki tōna ingoa tapu. Ko te mihi tuarawa, to those who have fallen before us, I'd like to acknowledge them, and also to the mana wahine and mana tāne who have fallen, which we would not be here if it weren't for them. So I'd like to acknowledge them especially. Ko te mihi tuatoru, ki tēnei marae, to tēnei iwi, this rohe, the mana whenua in which are hosting us today. So I'd like to acknowledge your hospitality. It has been beautiful, and for my first time being here on this marae, it has lifted a lot of weight that I felt coming in from Wellington. So that's something that I hold close to me, and now I can hear my nerves slowly starting to disappear, so I guess that's from the comfort of you all, so ngā mihi. So I'm a Māori registered nurse. I currently work on a general surgical and gynecology ward at Lower Hutt Hospital, or Hutt Hospital, in Lauaha Te Awa Kairangi. So I started my nursing journey in 2016. I was an 18-year-old. I wasn't quite sure if nursing was for me. I knew that there was that pull into healthcare. As an 18-year-old, still not knowing who I was, residing in Arohia on the opposite end of the island to where I'm from, so Wellington as compared to Hokianga and Kaipara, I did feel disconnected from my people. I knew who I was and where I was from, but I guess I became too much of an urbanised Māori to understand and feel that connection with my papakainga. And so going into nursing, I was trying to find who I was and where I've at. So I studied at Whitireia. Whitireia Institute offers a Māori program, a Pacific program, and mainstream programs, so enrolled nursing and the degree program. I chose to go into the Māori nursing program because it was situated under Te Pae Mahutonga framework, and part of that framework is navigating oneself and navigating places, and so I wanted to navigate who I was, so I specifically chose the Māori program. So I chose to do the Māori program under Te Pae Mahutonga, which uses that distinct Māori pedagogy that encapsulates whānau hapu and iwi, and I wanted to connect with my whānau hapu and iwi. So I'm just going to speak a bit about the Māori program. So, the Bachelor of Nursing Māori program draws on both Māori and tauiwi. When I say tauiwi, I speak of Pākehā or non-Māori bodies of knowledge, and enhances learning that contributes to graduates being competent and safe to not only work at a regional level, a national level, but also internationally with respect to this is a bit whakahihi, but I do think that the Māori program you come out a bit more culturally competent and you have that cultural understanding as compared to the tauiwi programs. So that's a bit about the Māori program. With regards to Te Pae Mahutonga, it is the name of a constellation of stars that is commonly identified as the Southern Cross. It was used as a navigational aid by our tupuna to travel across vast oceans to our final landing place. Oh my gosh, this is so bad.
Come in at the right time. You're lost.
So I encourage you just to give your evidence in the way that you want to. If you feel more comfortable reading out parts of your brief to us, that's kei te pai. Yeah. Just take your time.
So I chose to do the Bachelor of Nursing Māori program under Te Pai Mahutonga, which uses a distinct Māori pedagogy that encapsulates whānau hapu and iwi ways of knowing. This program draws on both Māori and tauiwi bodies of knowledge that enhances learning and contributes to graduates being competent and safe to practice regionally, nationally, and internationally. The program curriculum is founded on 5 kaupapa tenets, those being manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, pukengatanga, whanaungatanga, and rangatiratanga. These kaupapa tenets ensure that all aspects of the program reflect the world through a Māori lens. Te Pai Mahutonga is commonly identified as the Southern Cross. In ngā rā o mua, it was used as a navigational aid by our tupuna to navigate vast oceans to various destinations. It was used as a guide for successive generations, and it is a symbol of bringing together significant components of hauora. This Māori health model was authorised by Tā Mason jury. Its foundations underpin traditional Māori knowledge, or mātauranga, with connections to constellations that guided our tupuna, such as Matariki. Within the Bachelor of Nursing Māori program, Te Pai Mahutonga is used as a metaphor that articulates the role and function of a nehi, tangata whaiora, or the patient or client, their whānau, health experiences and learning that evolves from this relationship that is iwi Māori and conventional knowledge. Thus, I made the conscious decision to study Bachelor of Nursing Māori at Whitireia. When I first came into nursing, we were told that we are already nurses. We are reflections of our tupuna, and our tupuna have been nursing for generations. What we were told is that we were just becoming a registered or a qualified nurse under a Western system. We were also told that we as Māori and as women, we are natural born carers. This is something I have always held steadfast in my nursing practice. In my first year of my undergraduate studies, we were taught to learn about ourselves and our whakapapa. This was, I guess, a bit ironic because I didn't know the program curriculum coming into it, but I knew that I was wanting to find myself. So the first year, having that opportunity to go back and, I guess, find who you were and how you fit into this nursing was perfect opportunity for me. So that was pretty cool. And we also learned about the whakapapa in the context of nursing. So, for example, whakawhanaungatanga ki ētahi tangata whaiora and their whānau and their haerenga to achieve optimal health under our care and services. We were also taught about the intangible manifestation of treatment of things such as wairuatanga and āhuatanga, in which we carry as nurses. We were also taught that treatment affects not only the patient but also the whānau of the patient. So there was that holistic approach that I didn't actually think of when I was going into nursing. I thought it was just about the patient and the clinical treatment. I guess putting the Band-Aid on the wound. I didn't think of the bigger picture. In my second year, there was a strict focus on practice capability in relation to Piepi, tamariki and their whānau. So we were put out on placements in the kohanga and the primary schools compared to the mainstream programs which went straight into med-surg. So we started looking at the growth, the developmental growth within Māori, from Piepi all the way up to Mama, Papa, Nana, Papa. So that was different because, having those conversations with our Tauiwi colleagues and our Pacific colleagues, we thought we were missing out, but in fact they were the ones missing out because we were actually we were finding out how to work with our people, and we were being prepared to go out on the floor to work with our people. And if we knew how to work with our people, then we can work with anyone. So that was something that was different from our program to the other programs because they were just learning the generic approach and, the one size fits all, which isn't the case for Māori. So there was that emphasis on the community settings, in particular the Māori community settings. We were also taught about mental health, because as we know, majority of the mental health cases in New Zealand are Māori and Pacifica, so we had that strong focus on mental health and mental health illnesses. And we were able to expand on our nursing assessments and intervention skills from that. In our final year, we took all that we learned from our first 2 years and from knowing who we are and growing our own strengths and put that into our kite so that we could confidently go out into the profession and transition confidently. So I believe this is what sets Māori-specific training apart from mainstream nursing. We have a special touch, a holistic Te Ao Māori approach when we work with patients or tangata whaiora. My training gave me a real sense of purpose that has made my interactions with patients easier because I approach them with depth and cultural understanding, which adds to my clinical treatment skills. And because of this, I am able to think more critically and holistically when it comes to treating patients, which allows me to flow in my mahi. After finishing my training at Whitireia, I moved back to Hastings and did my first year at Hawke's Bay District Health Board, where I was a nurse on the general surgical ward specialising in vascular. After that year, I then decided to move back to Wellington, where my whānau were, and join the Hutt Valley District Health Board, and now I currently work there. There is a generic tick box approach when taken by mainstream nurses when it comes to tikanga and treating Māori patients. The generic understanding of tikanga by mainstream nurses, including things such as not touching the patient's head or using different pillowcases for the head and the body parts, or not putting urinals on the table, is just examples of what they think tikanga is. However, tikanga goes further than this. I have found in practice that if tikanga protocols are not set out in a standardised format or like policies and that, then mainstream nurses they push against applying tikanga and those kaupapa Māori practices, which are actually holistic ways of being and applies in all contexts and manifests in many ways. An example of this is when a Māori patient dies, I always put a bowl outside the room to allow whānau to cleanse themselves from going from their tapu to noa state. I also offer whānau their own private spaces to kōrero or to support one another and create their own safe place in that clinical setting, because there really isn't any safe place in a clinical setting. when it comes to being Māori. And I guess that not only goes for patients and their whānau, but also for nurses. So I am one of 3, soon to be 2 Māori nurses on the ward that I currently work on. We have 40 odd staff members, and I am considered the senior Māori nurse. Now I have only been in this position for a year now, and I'm already considered the senior Māori nurse. We have no Māori in management on our ward. We did have a Māori nurse educator, however, she went in a different direction. What I observed while she was in that position was she would often be in arguments with our manager, trying to incorporate Māori ways of being into the ward. So that was, from my perspective, seeing, I guess, a Māori who was in management having those difficult discussions with our top management was difficult to see as a young Māori nurse, because it was very discouraging. And if my manager, if she could do that to a top, then what could she do to us who were still trying to climb up the ladder? Yeah. So in our gynecology ward, we get a lot of young Māori mama who have come in and they've had miscarriages. Many of them are a result of domestic violence. In those circumstances, I always refer them to the Māori Health Unit, who, because there's such a small team, they don't always get there on time, or their visits are very much delayed, and our patients are often seeing the police before they've found their Māori support. So I spend a lot of time in the room with the patient, just comforting them and providing that support. Now, in doing that, I am leaving my other patients on the floor, sometimes giving my meds late because I'm stuck in this room providing so much support. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with ward nursing, but you're allocated a set number of patients. Each set number of patients, you're given this time. So, for an easy patient, or someone who's just needs some pain relief or antibiotics, that would be 55 minutes of your shift. Now, when you have a young mama who needs support, and you need to give time to them, so that 55 minutes doesn't always... You're taking time off another patient to support them, and that's something that nursing needs to change, because you can't put a time on supporting someone. So it's very generic. You're here to do a job. It's very tick box, task orientated. It doesn't have that holistic approach that we need for Māori. During the COVID lockdown last year, we actually had an influx of miscarriages, and what I saw was, I'm going to say pepe because that's what they were to these mama. I saw nurses putting these pepe in like ice cream containers. What the hell? So what me and these other, well, there was only one other Māori at the time, what we did was we started up this initiative, this kite. So instead of having these pepe in containers, would get them kite. These mama during COVID, they were also denied support due to the COVID restrictions for visitors. I noticed that there were some inconsistencies in these restrictions where I saw other tauiwi whānau being allowed up onto the ward to support a palliative patient. However, for our young mama, they weren't allowed support. Now, what is the difference between a young mama who has lost a pepe and someone who's still here? They've still lost someone. They've lost a piece of them. So I thought that was very unfair, and I was very disappointed in the management, and we would often be fighting just for the partner to be up there to support. Another contrast in treatment is that we get a lot of gang members, and us Māori and Pacific nurses, we're always the ones who are allocated these patients. Now, I have no problem looking after gang members. We have a duty of care. But I do question, why is it always us Māori and Pacifica, or us big brown ones, who are always looking after them? I think, is it because they're protecting tauiwi nurses? Are we not worthy of protection too? So I do ask those questions, and I know that that question has been out in the media recently. The government have an obligation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to protect the rights of tangata whenua to receive the same attention as tauiwi. So I also question that with dealing with these gang members. Where is our protection? You see the increase in security, the ward goes in lockdown, you give us these patients, where is our protection? Is it because we supposedly come from that background? Like, I don't know why, but... So it's very difficult as a young Māori nurse being out there pretty much almost alone, trying to fight these injustices and the racism that, subtle racism that we face on these wards. But it doesn't only happen on the wards, it also happens when we go home as well. So what I mean by that is social media. Social media has been used as a platform for tauiwi nurses to post their racist, slanderous and discriminatory attacks towards Māori nurses and Māori nurse leaders. So an example of that is last year, during COVID lockdown, April, a tauiwi male who is recognised in a national leadership position resigned from that position. Now, from that resignation came a wave of attacks from Pākehā nurses towards our Māori nurse leader. I was one of many active Māori nurses supporting our nurse leader, and often was faced with attacks as well. So my day would be from going from work and dealing with racism there, and then going home and seeing the racism online again. So I wasn't getting away from it. And so what I did was I put through complaints. I complained to the nursing union because these attacks were posted on their non-official page by this Tauiwi nurse male, who's an admin of the page. The response I got back was, that isn't actually an official page, so we can't really do much but keep reporting the posts. I then made a complaint to NetSafe New Zealand because there were death threats and, you know, all these other racist stuff, and the response I got back from them was, it didn't happen to you. You need to tell the person who was directly attacked to make a report as well. They then told me to go to the police. So I went to the police, made the report, and then I was referred to victim support. They also told me to go to the Human Rights Commission, so I wrote to them as well. They pulled out their legislation and said that it actually doesn't fit the criteria. I'm sorry. Who do I go to next? Who, sorry, I'm getting frustrated. Who determines what racism looks like for us? If all these people that I have gone to say that it doesn't fit their criteria, then who holds these nurses who are racistly attacking us to account? Is that why I'm here? I forgot to mention I also wrote a complaint to the Nursing Council, and the response I got from them was, it's an employment issue. You're the regulatory body. It's also your issue. So, after the Nursing Council, I went to the employment places of these nurses and I raised the concern with them again. What was their response? They haven't breached our code of conduct. So I'm stuck. My mana has been diminished. I've gone to all these people I thought I could go to find justice for myself and my leaders and our Māori people, but I've been let down. The system has let me down and let us down. So what I was taught in nursing, in my nursing training, or what I found was mana. There was a lot of Māori loading in my training, and I felt very safe in that environment. But once I got out onto the floor and into the Western system, day by day my mana started to be munched. So these toxic and often blatantly racist behaviours from these Pākehā nurses, both on the floor and on social media and in, I guess, day-to-day lives, manifest as a resurfacing of former colonial rhetoric and legislation that, of course, once prohibited Māori from practising nursing. It extinguishes traditional ways of caring for our people. and this behaviour has a profound impact on Māori nursing and our āhuatanga and wairuatanga, which also has a flow-on effect to our patients and the care that we give them. The collision between my training and the experiences I have had in my everyday work environment and externally has been a struggle, to say the least. The issues speak to a lack of understanding of tikanga, which is to the detriment of Māori nurses and the nursing profession entirely, which means we are deprived of our right to provide Māori-specific and culturally competent services. I am saddened that the mātauranga and teachings of my tipuna regarding hauora for our whanaunga has not flowed on to me. However, I am committed to having their mātauranga and tikanga, which encompasses all traditional narratives around hauora, acknowledged in nursing practices. I believe this is an obligation of Te Tiriti o Waitangi as mātauranga in relation to hauora as a taonga, and more needs to be done to effect meaningful incorporation of tikanga into the nursing profession. Kia ora. I've actually got my own waiata. Well, it's not a waiata, but this is a mantra that we were taught in the Bachelor of Nursing Māori program, and I'm 3 years out, so hopefully I remember it. Pass my phone just in case. No, the other one at the back. Nurses are never late. They are cool, calm and collective, supportive. Whakarongo, titiro, kōrero mai, he puku tēnei, ngā mahi, e tū, he koe. Nurses are never late. They are cool, calm and collective, supportive. Whakarongo, I listen and hear to what is being said. Titiro, I look and see. Kōrero mai, I talk confidently. He puku tēnei, I acknowledge my puku power. Ngā mahi, I work effectively. E tū, I stand tall. He koe, I walk tall. Nurses are never late. They are cool, calm and collective, supportive, whakarongo, attentive, titiro, observant, kōrero mai, articulate. He puku tēnei, intuitive. Ngā mahi, competent. E tū, E tū, I stand tall, and he koe, I walk tall again. Nurses are cool because nurses have the knowledge. Nurses are calm because nurses have the skills. And nurses are collective because we can work together to benefit he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Kia ora.
Kua panoni tāna haerenga, sakatai e te noho mō ngā pātai. Kia ora.
At this point, in order to get through the witnesses we have for the rest of the day, we're not going to be asking any questions of you or the other witnesses. We're going to put those in writing to you. Yeah. That isn't a reflection on what we've heard from you today. It's just in order that we can complete hearing from everyone we need to today.
Te kaikorua e whai ake nei o tēnei kreme tonu. Ko moana teiho, kei kona ia, ko ngana mai runga i tāna tā paitanga ko A44, ka tukuna te rākau kōrero ki aia. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. I'd like to thank the panel, the Crown and everybody here for attending today and allowing us this platform to speak. It's not easy to be up here in front of your people, you know, doing this kind of mahi, but there's a need for it. And I'll try not to be too long. Kua hinga te tōtara I te waunui a Tāne. The great tōtara has fallen in the forest of Tāne. Although this whakatauki is usually reserved for the passing of great leaders and rangatira, I present this taonga in the context of my brief. The great tōtara represents the thriving well-being of Māori pre-colonisation. The fall of the great tōtara represents the declining health of Māori post-colonisation, as connection to wairua and traditional healing practices was diluted by the introduction of new diseases, westernised religion and white supremacy that followed the early immigrating settlers into Aotearoa. This whakatauki will also become apparent as I present today. Ko waio, ki te taha taku pāpa, ko pangaru te maunga, ko whakarapa te awa, ko nā tuki matapaurua te waka, ko mangamuka rawa ko waimirirangi ngā marae, ko pangaru te hapu, ko te rarawa te iwi, ko Robert Sampson taku pāpa. Hi te taha taku māma, ko papa iti rawa ko atu me mangaia ngā hapu, ko Tahiti rawa ko Cook Islands ngā iwi, ko nā tokorua heke, ni tihau, taku māma, ko moana tihau ahau. I'm 53, was born and raised in Auckland. I'm a mother of 7 adult children and a nanny of 10 mukapuna. My partner and I have weathered the storm together for 27 years. Prison sentence, anyway. My education, I left school at 13 and over the years I continued to educate myself in between having children. As a mother with no secondary education qualifications, I found studying at tertiary level daunting. However, I made it through with my children as the driving force, the support of whānau and belonging to a Māori nursing students group called Ngā Ringa Āwhina at Manukau Institute of Technology. In 2007, I graduated with a Bachelor of Health Science nursing degree. My first employment began at Auckland DHB, where I took up a position as a new grad at Starship Children's Hospital. There I completed the 10-month NET-P program and gained a certificate in advanced clinical nursing and assessment. As a paediatric nurse, I worked on one of the most specialised children's wards. I was the only brown-faced amongst my non-Māori nursing colleagues, and it would be safe to say a good proportion of inpatients were whānau Māori and Pacifica. I remained on the medical specialties ward for 7 years, and it was a role that would solidify my clinical nursing experiences and my nursing knowledge. Another job I took up was in Manurewa. Rongoa is often a concept thought of as solely plant medicine. However, in te ao wairua, rongoa takes the form of many healing modalities. Around 2009, Manurewa Marae was one of 3 in Tāmaki Makaurau that began a pilot program by opening a health centre. The program was aimed at testing the success of integrating te Te Ao Rongoa Māori services along a GP practice, using a westernised model of primary health care. I was hired as a sole practice nurse to work beside that GP. The difference in this program was the fact Māori communities were given a voice to tell us what they wanted to see in a health clinic. The outstanding theme was a call for rongoa whare. For rongoa whare, sorry, I lost my place. Rongoa whare, yeah. They wanted to see their traditional practices come back. They wanted to learn more about themselves. They wanted to learn more about what these things were. So they would come to the clinic, they would come see me or the doctor, and then scoot across the foyer to see their matakite, have romi or miri. Those two things are separate, by the way. And that's just one of many healing modalities we had at the clinic. Most of the practitioners, the healers, were tutored under the late Hohepa Delamere, otherwise known as Papa Joe. And the rongoa is steeped deeply in wairua healing. It is here that I started my own spiritual transition into my wairua journey. Today I'm able to walk in both worlds as a healer and nurse. Later on, my whānau and I moved back home, moved up north to Taitokerau, and for the last 8 years I have worked for a large iwi provider. I started work as a whānau ora team leader for the community home support services and residential care, then a tamariki ora well child nurse for 3 years, and I am currently working as a cardiac rehab nurse in the community. In all my roles, I have experienced multiple occasions where my knowledge and training in Te Ao Wairua have been called upon to bring healing in that moment. These experiences are always led by Wairua, whether I wanted it or not. The most powerful healing essence is aroha, love. In order to feel compassion, one must feel the essence of aroha. When interacting with people, regardless of ethnicity and cultural differences, one must have a feeling of compassion for humanity and not one race over the other. This brief of evidence is to support the claim made by Te Runanga o Aotearoa Toputanga Tāpui, Kaitiaki o Aotearoa. The scope of my evidence will address the following: the traditional values and principles that inform the exercise of mana wahine pre-colonisation, the Māori health model that aims to look at the holistic well-being of a person, and examples within my practice that highlights the inadequate care provided to wahine Māori and their whānau through the mainstream healthcare system. The exercise of mana wahine pre-colonisation was guided by our traditional values, principles and practices. This was also the case with regards to how our traditional Māori healers were trained and operated. It is clear that a Māori view of health is a holistic concept, incorporating spiritual, psychological, physical and family aspects. These fundamental beliefs are still relevant today. Traditional teachings, spiritual understandings are essential to the practice of rongoa Māori, and can be seen as underpinning much of the practices with respect to traditional medicines and healing in Te Ao Māori. Rongoa derives from the roles of Tāne, god of the forest, and Hine te Waunui, goddess of the forest. Tāne is reputed to have retrieved the 4 baskets of knowledge from Io, so as to have matauranga from which to guide Māori in the physical world and to ensure their ways of life were able to be sustained. Hine te Waunui is reputed to carry the knowledge of those tupuna that roam the earth. Our earliest creation stories emphasise that human beings, like our whanaunga that walk the earth, such as creatures of the forest like the birds that live there, the trees and plants that are sustained by the world of tāne. Rongoa rākau is then a significant tool in the practices of healing to enable the balance to be preserved for the mutual survival of these beings and their kin. To really learn rongoa, people have to become a part of the world of te waunui, or tāne, mihine te waunui, and be very aware of the intimate relationships that are sustained there because of the balance between those spiritual realms. I cannot emphasize enough the need to become connected and immersed in the ways of the forests, learning about a relationship far beyond the physical elements of trees and plants, but the interconnectedness of the roots and the vines, the cloth of Papatunuku, and the spiritual dimension that protects that balance. The healer must become immersed in these ancient spiritual teachings while becoming a vessel to achieve healing, which requires significant years of learning around whakapapa, plant life, and other species. Māori used a range of traditional methods to deal with illness. Plants such as kawakawa, harakeke, kōwhai, and manuka were all important for healing, and so was a belief in the spiritual causes of illness. Illness was often seen as spiritually based. Māori saw themselves as guardians of the earth, and the focus of their existence was to remain at one with the natural and supernatural world. Rather than a medical problem, sickness was often viewed as a symptom of disharmony with nature, and so those tasked with the obligation of ensuring well-being were often skilled, specialist knowledge keepers in a wide range of matters. Illnesses were divided into mate atua, diseases of the gods, and mate tangata, whose symptoms were more clearly due to physical causes. Mate atua were often attributed to attacks by malevolent spirits. Because the person had broken a tapu, a religious restriction. For instance, if they took food from a river where someone had died, or took a stick from a tree that had held their ancestors' bones and placed it on a cooking fire. Tōhungatanga is the discipline of traditional healing and its practitioners. In early Māori history, tōhunga was seen as the earthly medium who conversed directly with atua and the spirits and influenced all aspects of life. Illness was viewed as a symptom of disharmony with nature. If a person was sick, the tōhunga would first determine what imbalance had occurred before the illness could then be treated, both spiritually and physically. When European settlers came to New Zealand, they brought with them new diseases, modifying the environment and changing the disease ecology of the country. This caused significant mortality among Māori from influenza, measles, whooping cough, and dysentery. The Māori population continued to decline in the early 1900s until the situation was reversed, partly due to health reforms, including building latrines, destroying unsanitary dwellings, and establishing Māori health nurses. The Tōhunga Suppression Act of 1907 grew out of concern of the practice of rogue tōhunga, who lacked the training and integrity of traditional tōhunga. Rongoa Māori was seen as unsafe and an impediment to Māori progress by the medical fraternity. The main consequence of the Tōhunga Suppression Act was that it pushed the practice of rongoa Māori underground. Identities of tōhunga were kept secret, and matters of rongoa were never discussed outside of Māori communities. The Māori health model, Te Whare Tape Whā, is a well-known Māori model of health represented by the 4 dimensions of well-being, developed by Sir Mason Jury in 1984. And it provided a Māori perspective on health. The 4 dimensions are taha tinana, taha hinangaro, taha wairua, and taha whānau. With the 4 walls, the whare nui is a symbol of these 4 dimensions. The whare nui's connection with the whenua forms the foundation for the other 4 dimensions. With its strong foundations and 4 equal sides, the symbol of the wharenui illustrates the 4 dimensions of Māori well-being. Should one of the 4 dimensions be missing or in some way damaged, a person or a collective may become unbalanced and subsequently unwell. For many Māori, modern health services lack recognition of taha wairua, the spiritual dimension. In a traditional Māori approach, the inclusion of the wairua, the role of the whānau, the family, and the balance of hinengaro are as important as the physical manifestations of illness. It is perceived that conventional health services are focused on treating a person's physical health, but may not always address other aspects. They may also be geographical, financial, or cultural barriers to accessing mainstream healthcare for some people. My evidence will now move to consider some examples of inadequate care provided to wahine Māori through the mainstream healthcare system, which have negatively affected Māori women and their whānau. In part, the examples highlight the failure of the mainstream health services to take account of the holistic approach, te whare tapawhā, and advocate for Māori in a Māori worldview. They also illustrate how a state of imbalance for both the person and the collective from which an individual is drawn can cause harm in the health realm. My first example involves a Māori teenage girl who suffered multiple head traumas, which caused a severe brain injury. Despite this, she went through the ED, and despite this, she was not admitted from ED to a ward for monitoring. As well as this, there was no follow-on referral for brain injury support, not only for the child, but her whānau too. Whilst the child was in the ED, she became frustrated, waiting for discharge and removal of her IV line. She pulled it out herself, which caused profuse bleeding. As a result, she felt angry and relayed what happened to her whānau, who reacted in kind, expressing their anger at the level of care provided for their daughter. The situation was at risk of escalating. It was almost like the various players in the scenario were disconnected from each other. This is an example of how, through a number of factors, such as a working environment, missed observations of procedural guidelines for presenting brain injury, and clear communication lines caused disconnection between staff and the needs of the child. And this resulted in an unsafe level of care for this kōtero. The words from her father were, "We felt lost and scared for our girl. What enhanced those feelings was the unfamiliarity of how to care for and support their child, and recognising the effects that brain injury can have on her hinengaro, her tinana, wairua, and themselves as her whānau. The modern healthcare services failed to take care of all dimensions of her health. As a result, the impacts on her and her whānau were major. The whānau and young wahine felt vulnerable with no support for a significant brain injury. The health practitioners were frustrated by a family who failed to follow advice of the Western medical practitioners. This was further exacerbated when there was poor communication between the Accident Compensation Corporation, ACC, the patient and her whānau to engage in a rehabilitation plan and recompense for loss of wages from the time off. This is merely one example of the inadequate care that Māori women are subject to every day, and is used as an illustrative position only. It is unacceptable and an absolute breach of te tiriti o waitangi that the Western Code of Practices sometimes disconnected Māori to the Māori values of collective well-being. My next example. This next example highlights issues in relation to inadequate healthcare and housing. It involves a wahine who I call Mere, and who was newly diagnosed with cervical cancer. After missing only one screening before that, she always kept up to date with her cervical screening appointments. This wahine was estranged from her whānau and therefore lacked support from them. She was also not raised in the same area as her whānau. This wahine moved to the area where her whānau were to help take care of her mother, who also had cancer. There were many issues and difficulties that this wahine faced while trying to focus on her health, and shows how displacement from stable housing, complex social issues arising from poverty and lack of supports can impact on the quality of care Māori women face. In terms of the housing, during her treatment period, this wahine became homeless through no fault of her own. After a mistaken uplift of her teenage daughter by oranga tamariki, the patient was going through unnecessarily negative treatment by oranga tamariki in Housing New Zealand. In the final stages of her cancer, this wahine was provided with emergency housing by our WINS, which was only available to her for 1 week at a time. Further to this, there was some housing that was substandard and dangers which were not ideal for someone in such a circumstance. There were multiple health services that also needed to follow her up, and they had to follow her around to each new dwelling. Further to this, despite the health status of the patient, WINS processes created further complications for the wahine to get longer-term housing. She didn't meet their criteria. Transport was another barrier. The patient did not have any transport available to her to access her cancer treatments. And as part of the healthcare provided to the wahine, she had to have appointments for her cancer treatment. However, she didn't have the car, so she refused to take public transport. Her reasons for this was whakamā. She talked of feeling paru and knew she smelled terribly because of the type of cancer treatment and the advanced stages of her cancer. Mary's bodily fluids would leak from her despite wearing incontinence pads. It often soaked the pads. Mary applied for transport assistance to attend cancer treatments, but was told she did not meet the criteria because of her one missed cervical screening check. She did not qualify for district health nurses' provision of incontinence pads because she didn't meet their criteria of being incontinent. This is yet another example of healthcare services failing to support Māori women and taking their holistic approach to ensure all dimensions of the person's health is being taken care of. There were clearly issues relating to her taha wairua, her taha tinana, her hinengaro, and her whānau, and which would then flow on to the other aspects of her life. This lack of care is a catalyst to create or enhance more issues. Furthermore, the patient did not meet the criteria for district nurses, and I'm repeating, sorry. So the patient was suffering from issues such as self-image and feeling unwanted. The patient needed whānau support but was unable to build on whānau relationship bonds due to the issues of self-image and no stable housing, and the illness itself. The wairua of the wahine was unsettled and distressed, and she could not pass away with dignity. Unfortunately, being physically and emotionally strained was speeding up the progression of the cancer. I know that this is just the first part of an inquiry that will explore the many dimensions of Māori women's status, roles in society. What is clear to me as a Māori nurse is that many of the situations we are faced with show the clash of cultures that operates daily in our work to the detriment of the patients, the whānau and Māori as a whole. Too often, Māori women lose their voice and independence in the processes that are devised for them and about them, and there needs to be much greater participatory processes that ensure their voices are heard, but their needs are not deprioritised because of social ills that have stemmed from a process of colonisation. I heard one of the panel ask, what is the difference between Māori nurses and non-Māori nurses? I'll tell you now that I've just talked about it. We have a connection to atua. We have a natural connection to people. When we sit with a person, we feel them. In my wairua journey, I often come across these situations where a patient is in pain, in emotional pain, physical pain, and psychological pain. And I think a lot of us, even if you're not a nurse, a lot of us as Māori, we can relate to that, we can connect to that. But you first have to have compassion in your heart for other people, not based on race alone. What makes us different from other nurses is our aroha and our willingness to go further. We will sacrifice for our people, and we don't expect to be paid for it. We don't expect to be, praised for it, but we do it because they're our people, and we know how to relate to them. Too often, the system does not click to that. They always put us in little boxes, and you'll get referred to this service, to that service. Nobody is cohesive. Whereas if you come to me any one day, I might not be seeing you about your cardiac problem. I might be seeing you about a housing problem first. Because unless I've addressed those issues, I can't get you in a good space to concentrate on your own health. And we know that as Māori nurses. We address the social issues, the wairua. And I don't know if that can be taught. I know it takes a change of thinking. It takes a change of thinking outside of boxes of a colonised system that's been raging on for centuries, more or less. It has never worked, and still today does not work, not for Māori, not for Indigenous cultures. And it makes people cold. So I'd like to say that today. I said, if you're looking for the answer, it's not going to be from us, because we know the answer. They have to look within themselves and then be able to allow us the freedom to nurse our people the way we know how. And in fact, we don't just nurse our people that way, we nurse everyone that way. But that's often missed. That's often missed by the system that doesn't work for our people, and we know it. And we're struggling out there to make sure we can help them. Most of my job, my position is taken up addressing social needs, spiritual needs, before I can address the physical. I will finish with a mōtiatia that laments to the feeling of grief felt for the loss of connections to our loved ones, the pou of our ancestral knowledge and teachings, and how that mamae has left our people in a state of feeling the inner winds of turmoil. Te po, te toko toko I whenuku, te toko toko I wherangi, toki atu kia. Ko te mumu, ko te awha, ko te marihi kai ota, tākiri panapana, ka rau I runga, ka rau I raro, ka whaita more I runga, ka whaita more I raro, tēnā ko te pou. Tēnā ko te rongo, no rongo mauri ora, ka oa e. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe moana, ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you for your evidence to us today. We're not going to be asking any questions. We're going to put questions to you in writing. So, ngā mihi.
Tēnā koutou te tepu, tēnei ope, kei muri i ahau, ko te runanga o Kirikiri roa, ko tā rātou kreme, ko Y2807, te kai kōrero e whai ake nei, ko Hine Wirangi Kohu Morgan, ko ngā nama i runga i tāna tāpaitanga ko A40. Kia ora.
Just before you commence, I'm advised by the kitchen that afternoon tea will be ready to be served at 4 p.m. So just for you to keep that in mind, we will take a break and then recommence with your evidence after a 15-minute break.
Ka pai.
Yeah.
Tēnā koutou, e ngā iwi e, ko Hine Wirangi I tōku ingoa. Ki te taha o tōku whare tangata, no ka hungunu ia ia. Ko mau kai te manga tapu, ko nu haka te awa. Ko rongo mai wahine, tōku tūpuna ariki. Tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra koutou katoa. Engari, ki te taha o tōku uretu, no tauranga moana ia ia. Ko mau au te manga tapu, ko tauranga te moana. Ko tama te apokai whenua, taku tūpuna ariki, e tū ake au, I raro I tōna aroha. Tēnā ra koutou, tēnā ra koutou katoa. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I awoke in my whare tangata, hearing the voices of whānau singing ori ori, lullaby, my lullaby. I woke to the pūtātara calling Wainui Atea, the goddess mother of all waters, to open her waters. She was the first hoa of Ranginui, to open the waters within so that I could flow into Te Ao Māori. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I sprang from my whare tangata into the arms of my uretu. I became the taonga, the treasure of my tribal peoples. My kuia, my kraua, my grandfathers raised me while all able people went to work in the different natural realms to feed all of us. I was loved and I learnt to love. He taonga, he mokopuna. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I understood the pūrākau, the ancient stories of Atua, god-goddesses. I was in balance. I understood that I was atua in the making. I began the journey of te reo rangatira, the metaphoric beauty of my tupuna, reo rangatira. I began to understand my whakapapa genealogical links with the tupuna. I began to learn that I was of the natural world of the esoteric knowledge. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I experienced the changing of me into kōtiro. Te awa o te atua, the river of the atua, the god-goddess flow began. The journey began. I was sent to te whare kohanga, where I sat upon moss collected and cleaned by kuia within the sacred whare house. I learned the sacredness of my body, the sacredness of te whare tangata, the house of all humanity. I understood my preciousness. I was loved in that space. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I learnt the love of my whaiaipo, hoa rangatira. With him and his sacred seed, te uretu, te ure ngā kākano mairangi atea. He carried the sacred seeds, 10 million. And I understood that I would be 1 in a million to win the race through pai otiki. To cling to the ahuru moai, a gift of the Māori kura. We conceived in the Tware Tangata a beautiful child. I felt my completeness, the circle of love. I understood the intrinsic knowledge that's passed down by the wahine in the waiu, the breast milk. As I was raised, so would my baby be by my kuia and my koroa. 5 grandmothers ago, I understood the esoteric world, the whaiaio carved onto my rai. The kuia of the whare tangata taught women's stories, schools of learning for the tohunga karakia, prayer specialists, men and women, tohunga kokorangi, astrologists, specialists, men and women together. Tohunga tito waiata, the composers, men and women. Tohunga kohanga, birthing house. I was chosen to walk in this world as a child, and I knew my place. 5 grandmothers ago, I walked on Papatuanuku, where sacred mountains and rivers or trees and rocks marked the demarcation of my tribal area. I knew I didn't own the whenua. I was tangata whenua. I knew that. I understood my role in taking care of the papa. I bathed in the pristine waters of Wainuiatea, nourishing waters of Parawhenua mea. I went to the great ocean Hinemoana to take sustenance for my whānau. I knew the balance of life. I was born into a world of balance where we knew our role as men and women. There was balance and we worked together. We lived in papakainga, in villages, but I was ripped away from that support system. 5 grandmothers ago, kuia ago, I knew where I could walk. I understood wahi tapu, sacred places, and I walked tenderly with respect. I knew how to keep sacred the taonga given by tupuna. I understood my grandmother's self, and I knew that I would soon be 5 grandmothers going forward. Because 5 grandmothers ago, in 1847, Hine Wirangi was born, and in 1947, Hine Wirangi was born again. 5 grandmothers forward, only 100 years later, 5 grandmothers down, what do I leave them? The mokopuna, the kōtiro, the wahine, the grandmother, what sacredness can I teach them about? I must walk back 5 generations to bring that knowledge forward. 5 generations, 5 grandmothers forward. And like my grandmother 5 generations ago, love strong and be strong and harden up. We need you, grandmothers. They are endangered. Nanny. Your gift to me, Nan, your gift. Tere, tere. A gift much higher than myself. in the kumara patch, papatua naku rituals, leaving my body to dance in the splendor of the earth world, the language of nature sends sprays of life into my wairua self. But I was there. I was only a child. Tere, tere. I now tangi for my woman, my physical self being tortured by sexual needs, power over paining men. I tangi for them too. May we win the land, the nahere, the moana. If I am still raped, we won't have won anything. When I slowly die, then how do I live and love? Teach me, Nan, teach me, even though you've gone, how of womanhood to survive my rapes by my whānau. Teach me humility of not blaming myself nor them. I am woman. Kei reira. Teach me to forgive and live. Aku hine, that I might love and be loved. E tatariana mai e rimu tere tere ki te po kei reira aku hine tatariana mai e. It was a song that I would sing all of my life, over and over again. It taught me to dance the dance of life, watching the giant bull carp dancing in the ocean, no matter the face of the ocean. E mihi atu ki a koutou, koutou mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Well, I haven't had the sign, but I think that's probably a good time to take a break. But let me just check. We're going to break now. I'm not sure if morning tea's ready, afternoon tea's ready, but yep. So we will resume in 15 minutes. Kia ora tātou.
With the New World Club card, you can choose to be rewarded with Airpoints dollars, or you can choose to be rewarded with Flybuys. And Flybuys can be converted into New World dollars to spend on your groceries. Reward your wallet with New World Club card.
Introducing Star on Disney Plus. That means hundreds more TV series, more movies.
We get together, have a few laughs.
More originals.
It's gonna be a wild ride, isn't it?
Now there's even more to explore on Disney Plus.
your personal guide to the world of pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
Tēnā tātou. We're ready to resume. The timetable tells us we're finishing at 5. I think there's a little bit of wriggle room there if a little bit more time is required. But 5:15 at the latest, and we're giving that time completely over to the giving of the evidence, and as we did with earlier witnesses, there will be questions given in writing subsequently because we want to make this time available.
Tēnā koutou te tepu, tātou katoa. Tēnei kai kōrero whakamutunga I te rangi nei, ko Barbara Moke. Kei kona ia I raro I te kreme o 1885, mo te whakaruruhau, he kreme nā Ariana Simpson, Wahine Albert, Catherine Ann Mitchell and Anne Hartwell. Ka tukuna te rākau ki aia, māna hei whakataki o nā kōrero. Kia ora tātou.
Kia wehe ki te atu a whakahonorotia tā tātou kingi tuheitia. Engaro rangatira mā, ngā wahine mā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Barbara Ann Pariatai Moke ahau, no kawhia moana. I'm standing here because I drew the shorter whenua. And so I see my role here as a mokai for the wahine here that are te whakaruru hau. So I'm sort of like the scribe. Aroha tia te moka wahine. Aroha tia te moka tāne. Aroha tia te moka tamaiti. First of all, I'd like to talk to the structure of the submission. It's really comprised of two components. The first part, as the directive from the tribunal, is to provide a talk to the scope, which provides the historical context and the content that Te Whakaruru Hau would like to lay as part of their whariki in front of you. The second part, from paragraph 12 to 26, is a living document, and it is word for word. It is a part of the Te Whakaruru Hau employment engagement document that all of these wahine here have signed up to work with Te Whakaruru Hau. So it's not a document that has been prepared specifically for this submission. It's not a research paper, it's a work in progress, and it encapsulates the puku of Te Whakaruru Hau and what they seek to achieve. There's been a deliberate positioning within this submission paper because one of the difficulties that Ronnie and Ariana and the women of Te Whakaruru Hau have when engaging with Crown agencies is that their whariki, their ahotapu, is mā te aroha o te whaia ka pua wai ngā tamariki, which is difficult when talking across the table to multiple agencies who have their own KPIs and have their own mission statements. What I can say about Te Whakaruru Hau is that Te Whakaruru Hau was the first Māori women's refuge in Aotearoa. It has got extensive, practical, grassroots, on-the-ground experience with Māori women, whānau, tāne, through Waikato and the Greater Waikato. I think that equates to 10 newly elected governments with their newly elected ministers and their newly elected heads of department and their newly regional managers, and then down to their contract managers. The purpose of this submission is we don't have the answers, but our understanding of this submission is to provide the elements that are critical to Te Whakaruruhau so that they can do the job that they choose to do, initially in a voluntary capacity, now with the support of the Crown and a huge support from the philanthropic sector. They are now able to provide a 24/7 service to wahine and whānau who experience domestic violence in the home. They also run quite an extensive residential home, which is fully secured. It is, I want to say manned, but it's wahine 24/7. It has house mothers, and they have allocated a specific kaimahi to work alongside those women who need that residential care. Before I continue, because a lot of our submission is about the invisibility of Māori women. So if you allow me to ask my colleagues to stand up, and I say that because Te Whakaruruhau's first kaumātua was Uncle John Haunui. And it seems fitting that we bring his rōpū here to Tūranga Waiwai. Other people that have been kaumātua for Te Whakaruruhau is Pari Te Whare from Maniapoto. Our current kaumātua who has given us his apologies is Koroneihana Kupa. And so, you know, standing inside Parihauraki, I don't know how to do this without acknowledging them as well. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, they're not going to like it. You too, wahine Mark. Woman standing beside me, this is the Wahine Elder, and she's currently the CEO. This is Ariana Simpson, and Ariana and Ronnie are the foundation members of Te Whakaruruhau. The other one is Mary Belzer. Roma, sorry. Roma, and also Whaenari from Tupuru. People behind them, are all the kaimahi. And they work kanohi ki te kanohi with our whānau that live in the residence. They service the crisis line, and they also work with the community in the community space. Te Whakaruruhau, this is the tribunal. Kia ora. A long-term, and you'll see in the submission that we provided, is that one of the main objectives of Te Whakaruruhau is really easy. It's to stop intergenerational spread of violence against women and children. Full stop. That's it. If it's okay, I want to go back to the submission because we've realised that there were some other critical links here in our submission back to Tūranga Waiwai. So our submission starts off with the following. In 1969, the Ngāti Maniapoto scholar Pei Te Hurunui Jones wrote to Digoris Te Kanoa, "Pupuritia ngā taonga ao tūpuna, tātou tūpuna, hold fast to the treasures of our ancestors." In 2006, Digoris recalled these words in her book, Weaving a Kākahu, to emphasise the importance of retaining and transferring essential weaving knowledge from one generation to the next. The purpose of this submission is to clarify and locate the historical context that has influenced and informs our work with Māori women and their children. The clearest and direct and most accessible point for Te Whakaruruhau is found in the traditional role of Māori weavers, Māori woman weavers, mahi raranga whatu, raranga muka. That's our historical context. The reason why we have landed it here is because all of us have memories of raranga whatu at home, albeit with our grandmothers, our aunts. We can all reference a connection through that. In the submission, I've listed a lot of raranga, and I've done it not hierarchically, but, you know, on purpose. Kono being the most basic one. Kono is a container for kai. It talks to nourishing of the whānau, it talks to the gathering of kai moana, of kai, it talks to sharing. The puki puki, the flax mat, it's the green one, it's not the whakiiro one. It's the green one that we all know used to be used in the wharenui. It progressively gets harder, as it should, because once you get to a kaitaka, that is the expert realm. Why that was important was because we recognised that from the ordinary comes the extraordinary. And part of this submission is really highlighting the invisibility of Māori women and their stories. Because we see them perhaps, like their taonga, as ordinary. We're used to them. So that's the first part of this whāriki. Te whakaruruhau. Te whakaruruhau predominantly works and has worked in crisis. The provision of a 24/7 service to this region means that it's really difficult for them to move to wellbeing, because as they attend to the crisis, more crisis kicks in. And that really has been quite a challenge for Te Whakaruruhau, especially over the last 10 to 15 years. I suspect that what Te Whakaruruhau would like to create is an independent state of wellbeing for Wahine Māori. But there are barriers to that. As a consequence, Te Whakaruruhau is an organisation that has evolved on the run. It has evolved, it has worked because it's had to work in crisis. On another level, it works at its most fundamental for the survival of the women and children that they work with, that come to them for their help. It should be aspirational, it should be forward-thinking, and it should be futuristic. But one of the things that sets Te Whakaruruhau's work out is that it's always in the present. Everything that happens is in the present. They don't get any forewarning. It's in the present and it's in your face, and it's emotional, it's complex. And I know that you will get to learn the practicalities of what I'm talking about from Ronnie and Ariana, but my observation of these ladies, basics: food, shelter, protection. So you have an organisation that has got a puku, it has got a whareki, it works in crisis, it works on the run. Its evolution, therefore, responds to the environment that it works within. And for that reason, and we've heard agency staff tell us, Te Whakaruruhau marches to its own tune. In fact, just earlier, 2 weeks ago, we had someone from housing talk to us and say, well, you are renowned for being a bit of a boutique NGO. And the challenge that Te Whakaruruhau puts to the Crown is that we push back. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for the kaupapa, and it's not good enough for the women that come to Roni and to Ariana and Ronga and Nairi to seek their refuge. So, what does that mean for Te Whakarurihau? Te Whakarurihau is ever evolving, it's changing, it's adaptable. It has to be innovative to bring about those practical outcomes on the ground. It would like to be aspirational, and in fact it is aspirational, but it is securely grounded in what's happening in the present. So they're receptive to the environment, they have to be innovative, their work is challenging, and as a consequence they become determined and quite focused on what they want from the Crown. Their work is hands-on. At any one time, any of these women can provide the tribunal with examples, very much like the previous speakers here. Te Whakarurihau is working in the hundreds. And if you look at the portraits around here, and if you go back 5 generations, 100 people walking through our doors is exponentially huge. For us, that's the intergenerational button that needs to be turned on or off depending on how well we can get or achieve well-being. So that's that part of this submission. The other part that I'd like to talk to, and this really isn't, it might be a process, it might be a comment on process, but it's not meant to be a detrimental one. It is meant to explain how we arrived at this point to be able to tell our story. So the biggest problem was the scope of this particular hearing. And it was actually landing the historical context and the content before 1840. And the reason for that is that because the work that Te Whakarurihau does is in the present. We don't have any examples that date back to 1840 for the work that we do. So that became problematic for us. The other one is that Te Whakarurihau is so grounded in this community that to come here and talk about mana wahine from 1840 without recognising or speaking to the mana wahine of this marae, Te Puia, Te Ata I Rangi Kahu, who are we to do that at this marae? So for us, yes, this is a venue for the tribunal, but it is also a place of significance for Waikato and Kingichanga. So that became problematic for us. Thankfully, Momoi did that yesterday, and that has allowed us to come through and be able to talk to our kōrero. The other difficulty that we had with the scope was, and this isn't a popular thought, but it's not meant to be, it's just our thinking. When we talk about wahine atua, and because Te Whakarurihau works in the present, we don't know what that means. We don't have the time, we haven't done the research. We don't have that, and it's not a luxury, but it's just not part of our scope. So when we come here to provide a historical context and landscape, to at least put our toe on the whenua, we don't know how to do that according to the prescription or the scope. So we went to the next best thing. We went to Raranga Whatu and Raranga Muka. We did that because for us, that is the most accessible touchstone to our past that we can see. You can see Raranga Whatu, you can feel it, you know what it is. And that's why we made that connection, and it is a connection back to Raranga Whatu. The connection for us lies in the examples of people like Digoras Te Kanoa, Rangimaria Hetat. I had a look through some of these photos and thought of the opening statement that we used in the submission. In 1969, the Ngāti Maniapoto scholar Pei Tuhurinui Jones wrote to Digoras Te Kanoa. Pei was the secretary of Kingitanga at this time. And so for us, those are the kind of connections that we can make a connection and a place for us to stand. With Auntie Digoras, her and her mother travelling around the country at the request of the Māori Women's Welfare League to teach Raranga Whatu throughout the community. Our experiences in running Raranga Whatu classes with the women that live at the residence is that it's therapeutic. It is a unique Māori healing form. It's customised, so as long as it takes, there are no timeframes around how good you get to be. You are as good as your last piece of work. We've also identified that it is the one place where Māori women in crisis and complex relationships can experience success. Now, whether that's a kono or a kite or a piece of taniko, that is a success for them. More importantly, the bringing together of Wahine Māori together, they don't have to verbalise their trauma. What they do get is that together as Māori Wahine, they share their stories. They share their life stories, they share whakapapa, they share they're very, very, looking at some of my colleagues who are doing a raranga course, very, very competitive. But it allows them to find a space of silence, of sanctuary and quietness. And we think that that's imperative as well for a healing process. What does this all mean? Where we started was looking at the connections between ngā taonga tuku iho, and it really was, how do we locate it to 1840? So with a bit of Googling, what we found was that the physical evidence of ngā wahine tends to sit in museums overseas. And they predate 1840 and go right back to Cook's trips in the 1770s. The oldest known kākahu is in Stockholm. There's collections in England, Scotland, Sweden and America. But what's interesting is that there's been many, many research papers done on these taonga, but not one of them can identify who the weavers were. And I think for Te Whakarurihau, part of this submission is Māori women suffer from invisibility. Their stories get demographically, get turned into stats. They become incidents, notes of incidents, stats. And those are the very challenges that Te Whakarurihau has problems with. But it all comes under monitoring. And that's not to say that Te Whakarurihau is beyond being accountable. because part of, maybe it's the kaitiakitanga role, is to be responsible, and the other part of it is manaakitanga. So I'm not saying because we find it difficult to count doesn't mean we don't recognise the importance of accountability. We do. But the voices of our women, the voices of this community's women, gets taken away, consumed in stats, demographics, outcomes, outputs, and we don't know who they are. I actually think that's it. Those are the key points that we wanted to leave with you. But I'd like to finish off with whae te kotahitanga o te wairua, pai hiria ki te rangi Māori me te aroha. Kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koe, ngā mihi ki a koe, Barbara me te rōpū nei. Thank you for that evidence. You've given us a lot to think about, I think. And as we have earlier in the afternoon, we're going to provide some questions to you in writing, and I'm pretty sure there'll be some coming. Okay. So I think that brings us to the end of the evidence for the day. So before we close up, I'm going to have just a kōrero with the lawyers just about the program for tomorrow. So just a moment or two to do that.